brand integrity, and that's by collaborating with the public, and hopefully when it catches on and people see the whole new drive, then we'll go into franchising, and then that just says our projection of greater than 50%. So thank you. The next slide, please. Okay, so how do we plan to use the 1 million? Yes, so we've put out a table. January 2023, because this is November is rounding up December. So by January 2023, we're trying to expand our board game collections. We're going to budget 100,000 out of that. Then February, we're going to do going to social media, advertising, increasing brand credibility, and all of that. Well, we're trying to. We put it at 100,000, could be more. And then by March, when we have hopefully gained a lot of awareness, then we want to go into in-house delivery. Right now, we're collaborating with Glovo, and we're outsourcing our delivery. So when we don't want to spend more in the in-house delivery when we haven't got that kind of awareness yet. And then by May, we're going to try to expand. So now, initially, it was supposed to be, like I said, it was the pandemic.
You still need to invest in that.
Yeah, we have we're actually building a new production facility at Epe. I hope I pronounced it right. Epe. So that will have several 100,000 packs per month. So right now we have 20,000 packs per month capacity. But it's more about awareness. And that's really where we need food businesses that know how. I love the story, bringing families together. That is really how you. I always tell the story about Indomie. That started in '86. Nobody knew Indomie. People were wondering, what food is this? Today, it's like we're eating it up and down. So food has changed, but it takes a long time, and we are aware that plant-based is a stretch. And I'm not saying everybody should go vegan like me. It's about reducing. You can still eat your meat, but start a little bit with plant-based in it, so flexitarian, whatever you want to call it. So you don't do, it's not a church or something, it's like, oh, let me have a healthier option once in a while.
So Mondays, veggies. Then Tuesday, apple and meat. Then Wednesday, we can do, morning can be nice big chunks when you wake up. Then at night, you sleep with your mama. I like it. Shawarma is for Sundays. Please, after heavy church prayers, just use it to calm down. And then you use what's the name of your smoothie. You do smoothies, and here you use it to just quench it. You understand? So I think we're done. Do you have any more questions, please, judges? No more questions. Okay. So please put your hands together for the businesses. Thank you so much. You have all done amazing jobs. And we're not going to be announcing the ₦1 million winner now. We're going to give the judges a little bit of time, let them talk about it, work around it with their mind. But also because we know that if they announce the 1 million now, the person will leave. The person will carry the 1 million and be going. We need to all party where we announce. So thank you all so much. Amazing. Please put your hands together for them. Oh, okay. So please, can you just come back on stage for a photo? The photographers need to take a photo. Guy, where is Guy? Guy, come take a photo with your pictures. Judges to join them.
Orda.africa. Please like, share, and subscribe. Peace out.
And I've been living fast life, but I've seen it slow. Oh no, when you see my lifestyle, I got Jesus in the door. See many people there outside, but they feel not. Oh no, me I stand the defender like Joseph.
Hi, my name is Chokes Ilozia.
My name is Mrs. Mudupali.
My name is Oluwaseun Falako James.
My business is Ferry Spaghetti.
For the 4 bookers, Easy Eats. Business was hectic before Orda.
We couldn't keep count because we are not that organized.
And I said, as they always say, there's got to be a better way.
With Orda, we can now put everything in accounts. We know every food that goes out through Orda and through delivery.
Orda has helped us with our turnover time. It has helped us also reduce wastages. What Orda has done for me is that it's made my business monitoring a lot simpler than it would have been if I hadn't used a system such as this.
We don't need to hire more staff than expected.
It's been an amazing resource to use. Even the not so literate members of our team find it very easy to use Orda. It's as easy as Easy Eats.
That has made us more profitable. Thank you, Orda. You're the best.
You need to join Orda.africa. Yeah.
Without Orda, it would be so hard to run the restaurant.
Okay, I don't have to be at work all the time from home to the business.
It's cost effective in terms of cost. That's no aspect of my bank system.
It made it easy for me by the because I was looking for other systems and they were so stressful trying to do.
Sometimes there are times I'm very busy and taking the stocks and all that becomes fun. But since I joined Orda, it is easier to work for me.
I highly recommend them to get Orda because it's easy and easy to use and it's not complicated. So
I'm Mildred, the manager of Salad Restaurant.
hi, my name is Omar. I'm the owner of Home Bakery and Coffee Shop. It's located in South Sea, Bugoya.
Hi, I'm Ricky. I'm the owner of Ricky's Bakery.
Orda.africa is excellent. I can say for me, it's just perfect.
I think everybody should try.
I recommend highly people to use the system.
First let me say to you
All right, so we are back on the timeline of the program. We are going to be going quickly into the next session, guys. I told you earlier to look forward to having someone come speak to us about keeping costs in line. So we're going to be going quickly into the first session. We're going to be speaking with Mr. Debola Badejo, who is the CEO of UAC Restaurants. Please give us an applause for that. So, Mr. Debola Badejo is a results-oriented investment professional experienced in advising companies on strategy, corporate finance, and investments. He currently serves as an investment executive at UAC Nigeria PLC, where he is responsible for managing the group's interests in the food and beverage sector. As such, Debola sits on the board of UAC Foods Limited and UAC Restaurants Limited, where he represents UAC's interest in the companies. Ladies and gentlemen, when you are talking of who is Mr. Biggs, that Mr. Biggs is Mr. Debola. He sits over Mr. Biggs and Debonair's Pizza. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way to the stage. So I'm excited to be speaking with you, Mr. Debola, because for a while, since I was small, I've been looking for who Mr. Biggs is. Today, we finally get to see you. So, we're going to be talking about keeping costs in line. There are a lot of food businesses here. And basically, I don't think this is knowledge that is only used for running food businesses. Even in our personal lives and in other things that we're doing in other spheres, I think it's always good to look for the best ways to keep costs down. Right now, in the economic climate that we are in Nigeria, but not just in Nigeria, let's not give too much heat to Nigeria on that one point. I think there's a global, inflation rate that's happening right now. Everything is crashing, from stocks to whatever. So there's an inflation rate happening everywhere in the world, but then in Nigeria it's like times 10. Then we now want to talk about the Naira declining. The value of the Naira is going down. Transportation cost is increasing. And all this affects the way businesses are run and the profits that can be made and the input that goes into making food. My first question would be, how can you still manage to run a profitable business? Or how have you done it?
Yeah, thanks. It's a loaded question, multifaceted, and I won't say I have all the answers, because look, this year is probably an unprecedented year with regards to everything that's going on. You start globally, the war in Ukraine, interest rates going up, and that ultimately, as a result of trying to combat inflation, but that has its own knock-on effect on our economy. And then you look at, locally, several our own issues that we have: low growth, devaluation, that has led to this escalation in prices, as you've said, energy. I think we were buying diesel at almost 300,000 naira, 300 naira per liter last year, and it's like 800 naira now. So 300% growth. So it's difficult. Now, how do you manage in an environment where there are no free gifts, right? There's no free gift from the economy. There's no free gift from the government. The starting point is, are you putting out the product that people actually care about? Because at the end of the day, your income needs to make sense. So to the extent, are you putting out quality products? Are you pricing those products appropriately? Have you really gone through a detailed costing of all your inputs to ensure that you've left yourself a margin? And then ultimately, you know, have you just kind of gone through your P&L, your profit and loss statement, and just trying to make sure that every single line item there, you've optimized it. So from a cost perspective, you look at 40% of your 40% of your sales, 40 to 50% of your sales is likely from your food cost, right? So to what extent are you sourcing adequately? Are you being careful as to how you're getting, making sure you're getting the best price? And then are you monitoring when the inputs come in, monitoring your inventory to ensure that there's no leakage there? So it's a multifaceted question, but you just keep battling it every day, and then just ensuring that you keep your eye on the price that you want to sell.
So what you're saying basically is, if you don't know mathematics, if you don't know how to do accounting, you might not be able to run a good business in this time and age.
I'm sure many people without that can. But interestingly enough, I have zero background in food. I've done engineering, and then for most of my life I was an investment banker, private equity. And I've come into this business and I've never run more numbers than I've ever done, even as a banker. So if you're not focused on your numbers to the detail, you're in trouble.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So what are some of the tools that can help people focus or keep track of numbers when it comes to running their food business?
So I think one of the best advice I got coming into this role was, there are two things that can kind of make or break you. So how you look at your inventory, your input costs, and then how you manage your cash. Right.
So inventory, that's when you're talking about the input, what people bring into running a business, the yams, the tomatoes, everything. They have a proper documentation of what they're spending and what is used for production and what is left after, right?
Correct. So if you're not, if you're not focused on inventory management, like laser focus on it, you will lose your shirt. So from how you are buying, where you are buying, the quantum of what you're buying, because inventory is cash. So ultimately, if you're overbuying, it's a problem. Many people don't want to stock out. But if you're not paying attention to that, you can get into trouble. And then more importantly, to what extent have you carefully looked at your recipes and almost put those recipes into a system where if you're following your yield, so if you're following the right recipes, 1 kg of rice will give you 12 plates of jollof rice. And if there's a gap in that, then there's something wrong. If you're not going to that level of detail, you can.
Wow.
So now we use technology for all that, because every meal, every product we put out there is something we would call a theoretical gross margin that we should expect. Based on if the guys that follow the system, this is what we should get at the end of the day. But we know things happen at the back of the house.
Yes.
Things happen at the back of the house. So your actual will dictate. And then, but you've got to check that areas to just kind of make sure, okay, I think these guys are using too much onions. And then you investigate, so the onions are either developed themselves, or maybe you just buy them.
So this is why sometimes when I go to buka or restaurants to go and get food, they'll be counting the dodo for me, because somebody somewhere has said this fingers of dodo must cater to 1,000 people that come in per day. And so for you run a big scale business, and I know technology has helped with a lot of that, taking that burden away. What about small businesses? What do you think? What do you think are the ways that we can find to make sure that inventory, watching inventory, and also not overspending are put into checks?
Yeah. So look. again, you can still sort of ensure that you have multiple vendors who you can sort of who can bid against. And so if one guy is offering you this, you're not just buying from one person.
I see.
So that's one. So the product comes in, and if you don't have the money to invest in technology, I guess there's companies like Orda. So this is a plug. This is where I plug in Orda. So there are companies like Orda, I guess, that can give you the software. But look, every software is based off of a manual system. I have some of my older franchisees who have not yet migrated into a technology base, and they use the exercise books. But you're meticulous about it. You're counting what came in, what was sold, and then what is left, and then any variance you are.
And how much is meant to come from.
So again, it's just that it's not. We all get excited about setting up a food business, putting out meals. Customers are coming in. I mean, that's why you get into this business. You're trying to delight people, right? But
we can't get carried away.
You can't get carried away with that if you're not looking at your back of house. If you, I mean, and that's where most of your costs will run out. I mean, there's other things. Today, if you look at power, where power has got into, diesel is like black gold. I get an inventory report of diesel every day, looking at what came in, what the ending day was, what each person spent. Each of the generators across multiple sites have been calibrated that it is this liters per hour per day. If there's a variance after we've done the calculation, it's like go and investigate. So that's how you've got to be doing it, and you can still do that at the small scale where you need to just make sure you are keeping track of that. That's
amazing. Please put your hands together for that. I'm learning so much already. Hopefully, I'll start my own small food business, and then I can get 1 million naira from Order. When you were talking, you kept mentioning vendors and some of those things. I've always wondered, for food businesses, I've always what is the process? What is the food chain? What is the food chain business? What is it like? The food supply chain in Nigeria. When KFC came into Nigeria, I heard that all the chicken we're eating is from Obasanjo farms. He just supplies them and they cook it for us, fry it and give it to us. But now I'm older and I'm like, it's not that simple and it's not always that way. But what is they didn't really tell us the meaning.
Off-takers, guys who go to multiple farms, because reliant on smallholder farmers, and there are many pros and cons to running an economy based on smallholder farmers. It's not the most efficient, but ultimately that's what we have. So each farm is like a family. You need somebody who can kind of aggregate products from multiple farms and ultimately transport that. So whether they are transporting it into a manufacturing company that still needs to process it, or they are bringing it from north into open air markets here where we then buy retail. But typically you're just going through that farmer to off-taker to either manufacturer to process, and then to wholesaler, and then ultimately to retail. Where we would, each time we are constantly trying to figure out how to get closer and closer to the farmer, because ultimately it helps with costs, but it comes with its own logistical challenges. I think it's just some of what is frustrating about running a business in Nigeria, right? Because I mean, there's no infrastructure. There's no, you look at, if we had a proper food system, grains are things that will be stored year round, and you won't have seasonality issues. But you know, it doesn't exist. So you have to be the one to either find the truck, send the truck, bring it, and that can, if you're not buying at scale, you can get your fingers burnt. So I think again, it's really about, for a small business, trying to get as close to the off-taker as possible. That can be difficult because they also want to sell in bulk, but you know, you do what you can, and as you grow your business, what you're doing, please.
I think that's very important. For big businesses, I can understand how it can be very tricky, and like you said, get your fingers burnt when you want to go directly to farmers. I'm sure for your businesses, you need, like, for example, 15 tankers, tons of tomato per week for, or let's say chicken, but you can't, you know, meet with 100,000 farmers a week. But I think that, you know, like you said, for small businesses, they have the opportunity to meet with farmers directly. But I do understand that there are also advantages of these middlemen. So what are the best ways for small businesses that don't have the opportunity to meet with farmers from Jos or from the north? What are the best ways or the best tools they can use to find the best middlemen, or the most with the best competitive prices? Is there an app for it? Is there like an inventory? Is there like somebody who are there trusted people, or what? And you can even share with us stories of how, like, you cut off some middleman because he did something, and then you found a way to get someone who was better.
Yeah, no, it's interesting. So look, I think what we typically would buy from, I guess, as close to source as possible, are things that we are manufacturing centrally. But even if you're talking about tomato, I'm not buying tankers of tomato to supply the stores. It'll spoil. So we actually still, to some degree, patronize women, market women, who sell volumes. We bring them in, we register them, and then we empower them to supply our stores. So they go directly, because ultimately what you need for a week or a few days is what we're trying to do. So there is that. But what I'm starting to see is also, I guess, a number of startups who are coming up. I won't say names, but there are a few companies that are also trying through technology to either source directly and then ultimately through an app. And for some of them, we've been able to get really good prices, even though I think they're probably spending their shareholders' capital to give us that, but that's startup, that's a different conversation. So I think, yeah, look, there's no silver bullet. You are just going through open air markets, going through several vendors, looking at startups that exist, and just trying to compare prices, and ultimately you're trying to get the best value.
I mean, because we are in, Food Tech Week, so it's all about like food, but also tech helping food get, to the consumer quicker. Do you think that there is an opportunity for tech to get into the space, the food supply chain, especially when it comes to things like the middleman, responsibility and all of that?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if you think about a kitchen, and everything that goes into making a plate of jollof rice, or, baking pies, I mean, you're dealing with multiple ingredients, multiple inputs. And so the opportunity to kind of play in the supply chain exists. Someone, it's kind of like if you think outside Nigeria. If I was a restaurant there are many things that I think about now that I would not think about, because ultimately, if I'm selling pies, you see somebody will wake up early in the morning and deliver the frozen pies to you, and ultimately you just bring it out and then you put it in your oven and bake. So the ability for folks who can raise capital at large scale, and by leveraging technology and some infrastructure, become an aggregator. Again, it's kind of that, I'll supply to half of the people in the room, but I'll be able to buy at scale, and then I'll be able to tell them, communicate my prices to them through technology, or what I have available, and manage my inventory better. I think there are opportunities there. I think in the store as well, we're starting to see many inventory management systems, just companies who are out there who really believe in supporting SMEs, and ensuring that they can digitize their operations exist, and then deliveries as well. So there's a concept, why do you need to be another outlet where people need to come and sit down and eat? I mean, if you have a good product and there's a platform for you to get eyeballs and customers, you might as well just build a kitchen, make sure it's well run, do your packaging properly, and then deliver it. So those are several instances where we've seen sort of technology come in to support the growth of the food industries, and I'm sure there's many more. I mean, there's still things around even setting up a restaurant that still exists. There's financing opportunities. You set up a restaurant, you buy all your equipment. I mean, somebody out there can do vendor financing, right? Where they will even sort of lease out some of the equipment. You test out, the lady who started 5 months ago, you're still trying to test out your business.
Yeah.
Somebody can rent some of that equipment to you. If it flies, and then that's when you then invest. So there are multiple opportunities that I think folks can still come into play.
I think that there's an opportunity for companies like Orda.africa to become a resource portal for people to have access to information on things like this, on some of the things that you've
100%.
mentioned.
Guy just needs to get the cash. So Guy, get the cash from Silicon Valley, wealth transfer to us here.
And just be supplying people information, where to get financing, where to get this, and this is happening in the space. So soon, hopefully, we'll see Orda.africa blog coming up. Right, Guy? Okay. All right. So 2 very important questions before I let you go. First, at what point do you increase the cost of your food options? Let me just make this simpler, because personally, Naira went down, and a lot of things, prices skyrocketed. I increased my prices. The price to get me on a film or on a scene or work with a brand increased. Immediately I increased prices.
Dollar.
Immediately I increased prices, dollar again. And then before you knew it, gas. I saw gas go from 3,000 naira, 3,500 to 10,000, 11,000 naira in the same year. But I couldn't for the life of me increase prices again. For businesses, I can only imagine what it looks like, or what that looks like. What is the best time and what are the deciding factors that a business should take into account before increasing prices? Is it overhead? Is it the cost of food items that they're buying? What are some of the things they need to put in place or take into account before they increase prices of food?
Again, well, tough questions. Look, pricing, okay, so I'll start at the top. There are many ways to achieve price increase, right? You can either do the actual raise the price on your menu. You can reduce the quantity, ultimately, right? That's
quantity of
jollof rice. Maybe
so, excuse me. What you're saying is that if they were putting 3 spoons for me before,
exactly,
they should give me 1.5.
100%. That's all. Yeah, that's all.
Please, how many of you here do that? How many of you do such? Let's write down your name so that we'll not know that we're not coming to eat a belly full in your own restaurant. Please, we want it to be that people are still eating belefu.
Well, look, it's a tough environment.
I'm
right?
joking.
For
I'm
you
joking.
to-
Please
yeah.
continue.
So, and third, I guess you look at your recipe. If you were making a shawarma and it was all meat before, maybe you now put plant-based vegetables in it too. V
chunks.
V chunks. So those are sort of the opportunities that exist for you to kind of play with. It's not always that change your pricing menu. But okay, what do we do? Every month we're looking at our prices. It's not like there's a perfect storm that you kind of wait for before you change your price. No. I talked about the recipes before. So every recipe is attached to per kilogram cost. And every month, it's felt like this year, something is going up. Yeah. So there's a model that you should already have that kind of says, if this has gone up on a per kg basis, this is how my plate of jollof rice has shifted. And then to the extent that you have a margin that you're trying to solve for, which that margin is what you're going to use times the volume to meet your overheads, then you got to move. Because you're not in this business, it's not charity. Yeah, we like hosting people, but I mean, you're not here. If you're selling a plate of rice and you're losing money off a plate of rice, just close, just shut down, right?
Right.
So you have to be looking at it constantly, and there are many factors that will, the third part of your question, that will lead to price increase. It could be commodity prices. It could be putting whatever it is. Ultimately, you, on a monthly basis, at least for us,
there's always a price. You have to do a review.
You have to be looking. You have to do a review. You may decide to hold back in some instances, or anticipate. So we would, in order for you not to be messing around with your menu constantly, you may see flour has gone up, and another price increase is coming. So you may try to anticipate that and ultimately have your cost. But again, have your recipes in place, have your costs linked into your recipes, ensure that you understand sort of your break-even margin that you need to hit, because the things at the bottom, your salaries that you're paying don't really move. Your rent, you've negotiated it, you've probably paid it up front. And then maybe the only thing is then just the diesel, in terms of where diesel that you have to factor in. And once you're reviewing those things on a monthly basis, I mean, you should pull the pricing trigger in those three ways if you need to.
And as business, for people who run food business, it's very tempting, always tempting to, almost want to reduce the quality of your food. So
no, you never reduce the quality. You never reduce.
But it can be tempting.
But you can play with your recipe. It's called recipe engineering. No, it's not quality.
What? I don't understand. No, wait. So sometimes there are people who sell cheaper alternatives. So it's either like you want to go to cheaper alternatives and say, if I was buying this quality of tomatoes before, now I can get somebody who, let me say, is 1 week to spoil him before, but it's cheaper, or it's not more robust, or there are all some of those things. So but like you said, are you giving an advice to never play with quality, but you can mess around with quantity? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, look, as a guy who runs Mr. Biggs, if you play around with quality, short-term gain, but you get flogged in the market. And you can only just look at the experience many have had with our brand. Obviously, there's a lot of work we're trying to do now to rebuild that brand. But it's always tempting to muck around with quality. Don't. I think again, you just have to make sure that what you're putting out there, people are eating it. And it's critical for you not to start to mess around with that. Now, that doesn't mean that you cannot do recipe substitutions, right? If you were using a certain item and you think you can still kind of achieve the same quality, and maybe taste will change slightly, but that's still acceptable, then I mean, go for it. But I think I don't know how to say this. Look, your business needs to exist to solve a problem. And if what you're putting out there isn't, I mean, don't now crash the quality, no, then go back and reassess to what extent that business needs to exist. I know it's kind of a harsh thing to say, but I assure you, the more you mess around with quality, it's a slippery slope. Yeah.
Wow. Thank you very much for that. I'm sure a lot of you have been listening, and some of you have a couple of questions. So we're going to take few questions because our time is far spent and we need to get to the next session now. So can you help me, please? Can we have, how many of you want to ask questions? Do we have questions in the room? You want to ask Mr. Debola a question directly? Question and answer session? Okay, one there. Yes. There's another mic there, please. It's just right beside you. Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Oluwaseun. I see 4 bookers. Okay, a question. I totally agree with everything. And my question basically has to do with expanding my brand, basically. I set a target for 5 years to open the next location. And how you being the CEO of how have you settled well into that role? Managing, putting your processes across your stores and everything. How has that worked out? Or how easy or difficult is it?
As a set-up question.
So sorry, you got his question, right?
I think so. So just you...
To clarify.
As you're trying to expand,
yeah.
Have you put in place processes to kind of ensure that there's the standards?
Unfortunately for me, I have a 9 to 5, so I'm not fully at my food business, right? Yeah. So I have my 9 to 5 on the side. On one side, I have my business, one location. It's kind of difficult at the moment. Yeah. Now imagine me having another location on top of that.
Oh, I see.
So how does that work out? Is it something you would advise, or I should just kill the notion?
No, I would never advise you to kill your passion. Look, we manage multiple locations, but I mean we put in place structure. There's a team, so I'm not the one sitting down selling meat pies in multiple sites, right? So there's a team in place, and ultimately what you're trying to do is the systems and processes that you have in one restaurant that you believe helps you with your standard. We're constantly trying to think about how do you document that into series of steps, and I call them idiot-proof steps, because ultimately one day an idiot will run one of your outlets. So you kind of need to make them almost to the point where it's like step by step. People don't really need to think; they just need to follow. And then once you have that sort of documented, if you can digitize them to make it easier for you to track remotely, great. And then you then need enforcers, because ultimately you have to have a team that goes and then checks whether they're doing compliance checks, quality checks. You kind of need to have that. So if you are trying to expand through franchising, that's a whole nother conversation, because there's nothing. Look, we kind of went through a franchise period, and we're still in it, but we're starting to shift from franchising into corporate stores. But there's nothing really bad with franchising. You just need to have clarity around who your partner is, and do they share your vision, do they share what you're trying to accomplish, and then to that extent they will then be able to maintain the brand, but you need to have your compliance guys who can go and monitor and be sure that things are kept as they should. But if you're trying to grow through your own capital and run it, look, you'll find the right managers, you find the right people who you can trust, and then ultimately, you have to put in place these systems, and almost be maniacal about how you ensure that they're enforced. Otherwise, again, there are many, I have dead bodies of experiences around. If you lose sight of that, what could go wrong?
Wow.
Yeah. Which is franchise or corporate, right? Yeah. Look, again, I think we've had an interesting experience with franchising, to say the least, and if you don't do it well, you enter a Mr. Biggs today, and there's AC fan products out there, and then you enter another, and it's something entirely different. But I think at the core of franchising is you have a brand and a way of doing things, and people who are interested in food business can key into that brand and that way of doing things in order for them to make more profits. And so to the extent that you find the right partners, you know who they are, you spend time ensuring that there's collaboration, you have steps in place to support them insofar as they are willing to also comply, then it's a fantastic way to expand. And it's done the world over. McDonald's is McDonald's not because they own all their stores, but they're all franchise, and there's a rigorous process through which you can get. But I think for now, as you are still trying to establish your brand, you're probably best served maybe having a number of outlets that you own, and then you understand across several locations what the various profit dynamics could be, and then once you've standardized, then I think you can. But if you just have one site, you're not paying attention to it because you have a 9 to 5, and then you want to now start franchising, good luck.
Please put your hands together for Mr. Debala. Thank you so much. I think that's the last of the questions we'll be taking. You shared so much with us, and we appreciate you. Thank you very much. Yes. So we will be going very quickly to the next panel session, and we will be speaking with Ayo Anibaba. Let me just read a short bio. Ayo is the Deputy Managing Director and Executive Director at Sweet Sensation Confectionery Limited. Ayo has over 15 years of diverse experience, including 9 years in the U.S. assurance practice, 3 years in the U.S. National Quality Organization team, and 3 years in the Global Assurance Quality Learning and Education team. Sweet Sensation is a brand that has stood the test of time with impeccable consistency. This type of consistency is achieved with effective staff management that ensures Sweet Sensation staff are committed to delivering the vision of the business. Mrs. Anibaba has had a wealth of experience on staff management, working patterns, and training and retention. This session is very, very important for me because I have a burning question to ask, and I know that all of us want to learn how to properly manage staff. So please, ladies and gentlemen, with a round of applause, help me welcome Mrs. Ayo Anibaba from Sweet Sensation here for this panel session on Orda.africa. Please put your hands together for her again. Okay, so my first question is going to be a little bit personal. But you know, and I think that, you know, I'm going to draw a couple of things from my personal experience, because I also feel like it's also going to resonate with a couple of businesses here. And it's the only way that I don't have a food business, but it's the only way I can make sense of it. So, you know, the festive season is coming up. Many people want to go to the village, and you have a wealth of experience when it comes to managing staff and making sure that there is staff retention, and especially keeping the good ones. We know from the way Nigerians usually behave and the quality of staff that we get, most of them don't come back after, like, you know, going to the village or saying they want to go for festive season. Staffing is hard. First of all, getting the right staff is hard in Nigeria. And you know, I said my personal story is basically my nanny has told me already that she wants to go for for village festivities. How do we make sure that, first of all, what is your general rule when it comes to making sure that staff stay back, or you can manage staff optimally in a company or in a business?
Thank you. So when I heard I was speaking on this topic, I had a really good laugh because it's such a pain point. About your nanny, please get another one, because she will be in the village. Her,
but we love her.
Yeah, her dad or granddad will probably pass again, and she might not be coming back. So please get another one. But staff retention, obviously, it's a challenge in our times now. Salary obviously is critical to keeping staff, paying the right salaries to people that you have. For junior staff, a lot of things matter to them. How much do they spend getting to work? So they want to be as close to work as possible, so they minimize their spending on transportation.
So you're saying that there's a very direct link between, there's this very strong direct link between salary and retention.
Absolutely. It's not the only thing, but it's a very strong link. So how close are your staff, your junior staff, to where they work? How prompt are their salaries? Junior staff are very sensitive to salaries not being paid timely. You know, we hear a few stories, you know, this person did not show up, they dropped their resignation. They didn't even drop anything, they just did not show up because their salary was not paid timely, and they're not happy with that. So for junior employees, you know, the salary is important, making sure you're paying competitively, because it's a big market. If you don't pay them right, someone will come and poach them, and all the training and time that you've invested in them is sort of gone. Now, we at Sweet Sensation are still working quite hard at this, and we've suffered our fair share of losses of our staff to other employers, but it's something that we are actively looking at. For senior staff, salaries are important, but there's a lot more, right? So what's their job growth? What potential do they have to grow in this organization? What kind of benefits do they have? A pension, if they keep staying here, what is working for them in the future as they spend more and more time here? Do they have the right tools to do their job, right? Some people will tell you, DMD ma, I need a car. And I'm like, what do you need a car for, right? So thinking carefully about what job tools they need to do their job will help them stay. Regardless of everything you do, though, in our times, you will still have staff loss, and you have to sort of prepare for that. It's inevitable. So you have to have a system where you do your best to retain them, but you have a plan to manage key man risk, so that if someone leaves, you have something to fall back on, because it would happen.
Thank you so much for that. So some of the things that I can pick out, salaries, paying competitive salaries, making sure that staff aren't staying too far away from where they operate. And I think that's just basic common sense, you know. I was looking for an EA, and somebody from Orda was applying. There's no way that's gonna work, even though that person might have the best CV, except I can find a space where the person can stay closer here in town. There's no reason why I should, because at the end of the day, no matter how zealous they are, or how good they are, or how much I give them, it's going to be very hectic and they'll leave. But also, like you said, especially for management staff, and I'm sure that there are a couple of businesses here that need to get to points where they need to transition into acquiring or hiring management staff. They have to basically let people see that they have a future.
Yes.
That's very important. So, but when it comes to keeping the right staff, how do you, what would you also, it can be hard for small businesses to set out a future plan, especially when it's one madam or a family business run by father, mother, sister, and daughter is in the same business.
Yeah.
How can small businesses curb, I don't want to use the word nepotism, but it's the only way I can find to explain it. How can they make people feel more comfortable and feel that, man, this, I don't know what I'm trying to get. Like, I know what I'm trying to say, but okay. How do small businesses and people and businesses that are run by families ensure that staff understand that they can also thrive? And how can businesses also see, do you also think, what are your advices on businesses seeing that limiting the business to it must be my daughter or my son that will run the business, how can that affect the longevity of that business? Thank you. I think that's what.
Okay, thank you. So it's a really good question. I think we, depending on the size of your organization, right? So someone here mentioned trying to expand, right? If you don't have a brother or sister, mother or father who's interested in the business, you have to entrust it to skilled people that you can trust, that you can train, that you can set some sort of plan for growth and bring them into the business, get them involved, because you really cannot do it on your own.
Yeah.
I say it to my team all the time, I cannot do it on my own. Even the founder of the business could not do it on her own, right? So you need to bring people on, you need to build a culture of belonging, you need to make sure that they connect and you connect with them. And that's a little easier when you have a smaller business. So Peter, how are you doing? Okay, you're here today, very good. How's your wife? How's your girlfriend? How's this? Everything is okay, good.
That's very
all
important,
right.
yeah.
As it gets bigger, as a business gets bigger, you on your own cannot do that, but you want to empower, your HR leaders, the head of departments, to have that same culture of caring for the people that work there and making sure that they know that they are valued and that they're contributing and that you're rewarding them appropriately, right? So around Christmas, maybe you can carefully time bonuses to be in January when people return, right? So just doing things like that to make sure people feel a sense of belonging and that there's a path for them in the company.
Now,
does that answer your question?
It does. Thank you very much. Now, when it comes to staffing, some businesses run from morning to night, especially food businesses. There's always an opportunity for people in the consumer space to say, oh, I'm hungry. Whether it's 11 p.m., I've walked into restaurants at 11 p.m. because that was the only time I could actually get food. Yeah. But it was very necessary that someone was there to serve me or to take care of the business. Now, thankfully, we've talked about like housing them closer or making sure that they stay close by. So, but burnout can be an issue. And when we are talking of good businesses, we're also talking about good customer service. Service actually is a very important part of food business.
Yep.
And that's why that's where tips come into play.
Yep.
And a lot of people earn from tipping is because, oh, I felt good, I felt well served, I felt like, oh, this person spoke to me well or waited on me well. But with Nigerian businesses, how can we keep a high standard when it comes to staff being of pleasurable attitude and also giving better customer service? So would you advise having a shift schedule over around the clock? Yeah. So what are some of the ways that you've managed staff in your business?
Okay, so I think it depends on your hours of operation, right? So if you're a restaurant that is open from 9 a.m. till 8 p.m., it means someone probably needs to be there from 7 a.m. till around 10 p.m., right? So just because your staff isn't going to show up the same moment that your restaurant opens, right? So once you see that you have an elongated period of time, a lot of us will try to sort of shove that on one person.
Yeah.
For different reasons. You may feel, the restaurant is not too busy in between, they can rest. You may feel, well, what are they doing anyway? You may feel you can't afford to divide that time into two and then have shifts, right? So I think you need to just consider that. Are you really busy throughout, or are there natural periods of rest where people can actually take a break and re-energize themselves to continue their job? If they are not, then you probably want to consider shifts, because a job like a waiter, someone serving the frontliner, a baker, they need to rest. They need to rest to perform optimally. And if you are working them beyond, 8, 9, 10 hours, and you're extending that to like a 14-hour window, you would start to show in, like you talked about customer service, it will start to show in the way they react to customers. It will start to show in the output of the product.
Yes.
You start to have some crooked meat pies and sausage rolls that are no longer the way they should be. So I think it's important that you, again, if you can afford it, if you think that there is a steady flow of customers throughout the period, you probably want to try to organize things into shift. Now, if you must employ one set of people throughout, then again, are you going to staff them overnight? Are you going to sort of put some things in place so that they feel a bit more
Incentivize them,
comfortable?
yes, okay.
So if they work 14 hours today, are they off the next day?
Yeah.
Right? Do they sleep over or something, right? So you have to sort of balance it out, but be very careful that as you're trying to manage your payroll expense, you're also being mindful of how the staff, can they perform optimally with the conditions that you have set before them? I know I will get cranky after a particular point in time, right? So do I expect that a baker or a frontliner or a waiter can really walk around all day serving customers and still deliver excellent customer service?
Yeah. As you were speaking, it just began to occur to me that businesses have to start looking into using technology to solve staffing issues. Do you agree with that? And has technology actually helped you with staffing? At least, maybe not 100%, but some part of, human resource management or staffing.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity. I don't know what it is yet, right? I want to hear from the techies how they're going to help us solve retention and have people come back after Christmas. But if you think about just very simple things, like it doesn't have to be high tech. A technology is helping you make sure that your staff stays and never talks to a competitor. Simple things like a CCTV system will aid those in the security field, so that instead of spending time maybe doing manual checks of your staff, we know the kind of business and system in which we operate in. You have easier ways to monitor people. Even simple things like POSs and transfer technology, again, very basic, but it means you're managing less cash, there's less risk of theft, and the process of counting cash, getting cash to the bank, it kind of reduces time, right? If you have electronic ovens in your kitchens, makes things more efficient. Your bakers can probably follow a better process. There's less risk for error. So I think there's very indirect ways that technology can help with efficiency and your staff. But I think there's a lot of room for more. I just don't know what it is. Yeah.
Wow, that's deep. So a lot of businesses here would like to know, and I'm also asking this because I know it's very important. In all your years of experience with management and staff management, what would you say is the key to staff motivation?
Staff motivation. Okay, so keeping staff motivated.
Yeah.
I mean, human beings are complex, right? People want different things, but everyone wants to be comfortable. People want to feel appreciated. People want to feel like what they're putting in, they're getting something back for it. So as far as motivation, we talked about some of them earlier. Salaries have to be competitive, right? People have friends. Like, we have staff, they work at Sweet Sensation, but they may have a friend who works at, a Mr. Biggs. Oh boy, how much are they paying you? 50. They're paying me 48.5. I'm coming, tell them I'm coming. Because of 1,500 naira, people will move, right? Now, you cannot always stay on top of that. So there's other things that also have to be in place. rewards programs. So at Sweet Sensation, we try to motivate our staff, identify, have every head of department say, who are your top accountants, your top bakers, your top this, every quarter, bring them to the head office, give them a little envelope with something in it, recognize them, take pictures. You could do all of that, and they would still leave, right? We still have people where you felt like you've done everything that you could do, but they would still leave. And I think we have to accept that
staff will always leave.
Staff, not everybody. I think the days of people staying in a place forever and ever are over. So you try to get the best out of them while they're with you.
So what you're saying is staff will always leave. Prepare for that. You do your best to keep them in, but prepare for that. What we should focus on is having staff perform optimally while they're there.
I think it's key. You just have to make them perform, have them give their best while they're there, and prepare that some people would leave. It's natural.
And so how can business owners make sure that their staff then comply to standards that have been set and, following those rules and making sure that they can do what Oga says?
Well, again, I think in our culture and in our environment, you have to have a strong policing system. And I think the previous speaker touched a little bit about this. You have to have a strong unit that monitors compliance with whatever it is you want them to comply with. So first of all, you have to define, okay, what is it I want them to comply with? List them out. I want this person to wear this uniform. I want this person to always give a receipt out. I want this person to always bake meat pies that look like this. The jollof rice should always taste like this. If you haven't even defined what you want them to comply with, you are going to struggle because it could be based on your mood. Like, I don't like how this chicken is looking, but you never told me you wanted it to look this way, right?
So should business owners have like a rule book printed out, like sort of like a manifesto or a constitution, and say these are the standards of our little business. This is how it must look. Have example pictures and all of those. Yes. That really helps.
It really helps. I mean, it could be in a notebook. It could be documented somewhere. You could or you could not have pictures. You could have it printed and pasted in your kitchens. But there has to be SOPs or something that help set the standard for what you expect. Now, setting the standard is just the beginning because, rules are meant to be broken. So you have to have people who are monitoring compliance with that standard. You cannot naturally expect that you would tell Mr. Lekon that he should show up at 8, and he will always show up at 8, except you are watching, right? And by watching, I mean, what is the compliance structure you have in place to make sure people do what they're supposed to do? Do people go round? Do you have regional management systems? Do you have a compliance monitoring function? Do you have a quality control function? So there has to be something that is checking them, right? We don't behave except we are being checked, right? So, and then for those who are doing what they're supposed to do, find ways to reward them. Okay, BC, you've been showing up early. Let's give you an award. Let's highlight the fact that we are recognizing and appreciating those who are doing what they're supposed to do.
Yeah. Wow. While you were talking, it occurred to me that, again, because of the kind of place we are in Nigeria, the kind of, cultural and traditional limitations that we find ourselves in or have, gender issues come into play when it comes to business. And you're a woman, and you're leading a huge multinational, a company, and it's a company that has been existing for years. And I'm sure did you start out with Sweet Sensation?
No, I did not.
Oh, great. So you came in one day, you became madame, and there were men who were there before you, I'm sure. With businesses run by women, and I'm sure maybe somehow you must have experienced sometimes men feeling a certain way about being led by a woman. What would your advice be for women-led businesses in dealing with male colleagues or staff that find it hard to take orders or take,
This question was not on the list, but go ahead. I'm just joking. Go ahead.
What would your advice be to those women?
Well, I'm probably going to say something right.
And to maybe also to the men who,
okay.
Yes, some men too would need some advice from you, please.
Okay. I mean, it's a workplace, right? That's my mindset, because I have some teams where, maybe a marketing team and there's a female and there's a male, and I can see that they're having issues, but I try to remind them, like, this is not your home, right? This is not your wife or your husband. This is a workplace. We're here to accomplish certain things for the betterment of the organization. So we have to put everything else aside. We're here to work. We're not here to. It's not marriage. It's not home. It's not church. It is a workplace, and we have a job to do. So we put everything else aside and we get the job done. Gender does not matter and should not matter.
Yes. And so what is your advice on helping some business owners deal with that particular issue if they have it? Do they fire, or do they train and talk, or do they penalize, or I don't know.
I think all of the above. You can train, you can talk, you can set the right example. If you're in a leadership role, you are in a leadership role, and you need to exert the authority to do your job, right? It's not about putting anyone up or down. I have a mission to accomplish here, and are you with me, or are you worried about whether I'm female or male, right? So I think that's the way I look at it. And if you sense a repeated issue, I really hope we're not dealing with this in 2022, but if you sense a repeated issue, then you have to take the right step to put the right people in the job. It could be another male that gets it, or it could be another female that gets it, but it's a workplace, and we have a vision to accomplish for the business. So if people don't get that, then I don't know, they should go back. Yeah.
Okay, that's great. Please put your hands together for her. Now, sometimes when we go through interview sessions, you're talking with somebody and you're like, oh wow, this guy gets it, or this lady gets it. But then when they start working, it was all talk, no game. What are some of the keys? For example, for me, my first rule, if someone is sending me a CV, if you don't send a proper cover letter, or at least title the email well, it's not going to happen. If you didn't take the time to just write a proper subject on the email, I'm not going to have it. I'm not going to look at the CV. So what are some of the keys you can give to business owners that have worked for you over the years, but some of the keys on hiring the right staff?
Okay. So I think you need to take some time to really think about what the right staff means to you. Some of us sometimes jump into, oh, I need this, I need this, I need this. Okay, what do you really need? What is the vision for what this right staff may be? When you properly define that up front, it already helps the interview process be a lot easier. Because once you see someone and they talk for 5-10 minutes, like I sit in interviews, and after 5 minutes, I tell the HR manager that I'll be right back. And he knows what that means, right? So you want to know very clearly what you're looking for. So what is the role? What is the responsibility? What education do they need to have? What certificates do they need to have? And then, we sometimes shy away from this, but what personality traits do they need to have? Do we want someone who's energetic? Do we want someone who's calm? Do you want someone who's outspoken? Do you want someone who's very humble? Or do you want someone that is very confident? So those personality traits, I think we sometimes don't pay the right attention to that, and then we find out that we have a bit of a culture misfit, right? And so you go through your interviews, you ask the right questions, you ask the right questions of people that they worked for before, so reference checks, and then you take the step of hiring, and then hiring is just one part of making sure you get the right person. Sometimes you get the right person, but you do not have the right onboarding process to make sure that they transition well into their role.
That's very important.
So I tell people coming to Sweet Sensation sometimes, You have to be ready. So do you have the right mindset for this workplace? It is not a bank. It is not a consulting company. It is not, things may work set a different way. So you have to make sure you're onboarding them properly so that they can settle in well, all the natural issues that they may face, they can manage, and then they can actually succeed. And then after you hire them, you probably want a probation period, right, that allows you to let them go without too much issue. So a lot of us feel we have a probation period, but we're not going back to actually evaluate them during that probation period. You just keep them forever. And then you keep complaining, right? And I'm guilty of this as well. We keep complaining, they're not doing their job, but well, you had 6 months to decide if you wanted to keep them or not. You let that pass and you didn't do anything. So.
And from what you're also saying, I think that a lot of people also don't take that into account. Businesses don't understand the place of personality traits when making people fit into roles in a business. And like you said, do you want somebody humble for this role, or do you want somebody? And I think that if you get, for example, someone who, puts, what do you call the ladies or men who put food into the
Bean Maries.
Sorry?
The Bean Maries.
Bean Maries?
Yeah.
Okay. You might
just call it the place.
Yes, the place. The people who just put food in the bags and give you, or
okay,
yeah, or sometimes you just need somebody. I think the personality fit would be someone humble and someone nice, pleasant, but warm.
Yes.
But then you put someone who's confident and then talkative, but doesn't mean that person is a bad person. It just means that they don't fit that role. They just need to maybe be put somewhere else. It doesn't mean that they're inefficient.
Yep.
And so I think that business owners need to look into what you just said, making sure that people fit into the right job role with their personality traits.
Absolutely.
So for food business owners, are there any food business hiring firms or consultation firms or HR firms that can help with food business?
I'm not aware of any that are unique to the food business, but if someone is, I want to hear what that is quickly, because we are always hiring. I know sometimes there's...
That's an opportunity for someone to start. Just saying, go and start a HR or, company or whatever that could be giving people like Sweet Sensation.
Yes.
Yes, staff.
Yes.
Agencies. So there's a room for agencies.
There's a room for agencies that are focused on the food business. But really, the people that we hire are, semi-skilled, skilled. They cut across the whole, they're just part of the society, right? So except they have specialized skills, sort of culinary skills, baking skills. And there's some culinary and baking schools that are sometimes good sources for people. But other than that, nice. The people you need HR people, you need salespeople, you need marketers, you need accountants, right? And they're just part of the society. So normal, everyday agencies work just fine for that.
Thank you very much. Finally, before you go, what would you recommend as the right organizational structure for a business with 1 or 2 locations?
So I can't really, and I think a similar question came through earlier for the previous speaker. It's hard to recommend. A lot of it depends on what your vision is, how much time you personally have to spend, right? So there's an instance where someone is doing a 9 to 5 and is doing something on the side. So you probably need somebody that you can lean on, right? You need a strong manager. There may be another situation where sort of maybe like Z's Kitchen or Zig's Kitchen, the one who pitched earlier, that you are heavily involved in every day. So you may need a different set of people, a different set of resources. So I think a lot of it is dependent on what's the financial situation, how involved do you plan to be, how skilled are you, right? If you are a good cook, a good baker, and you plan to continue to do that, then maybe you just need an associate, someone helping you. If you do not have the skills, but you have the money, then you need to get a really good baker to lead that part of the business. So it's very dependent on what you're trying to accomplish.
Wow, thank you so much. I've learned so much already, and
you can join us.
Please, I'm coming. Let me come and be the face of Sweet Sensation. Do you guys agree? Please put your hands together. Mrs. Ayo, thank you so much. But before you go, maybe we have the chance to take one or two questions. Is there anyone who wants to ask a question before we jump into the next session? Okay, one person there, number two, just these two, please. Can you help me give them the mics?
Okay, I just want to ask that, considering food business where the junior staffs are the one that actually interface with the customers, and they are most times the one that define the image of the company. Apart from the expertise or qualification they have, there are behavior very important. I mean, we're seeing salespersons that are very rude to customers, and because of customers, they refuse to patronize such companies. So, how do you spot those behavioral traits that you need, apart from the expertise that these people have? How do you spot those behavioral traits when hiring? You know, you cannot just say you want to test. If you test today, disappoints you, you sack. Person disappoints you, you sack the person. Before you know it, customers start to think that your company itself has integrity. So how do you spot those behavioral patterns, behavioral traits that fit your company? Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. And you know, I think two things come to mind. During the interview, you can have some sort of simulation style questions, right, that push the person, right? So you can ask difficult questions and see how they respond. You can put them in situations hypothetically and see how they respond to those situations. Now, that's a way to get a sense of what they may be like. I ask people things like, what do you do for fun? What do you do on the weekend? And sometimes you just get a sense of the kind of person that they may be. In addition to that, when they join your team or your company, you have to train them, right? You have to sort of make them embody the value system of your company. You cannot just put them there and assume that they will know what you expect. So there has to be training and constant training. And it's a challenge that we deal with at Sweet Sensation. We do not have a perfect solution. We still have reports of people behaving in ways that we do not represent our brands, and then you kind of have to get those people out of the system and keep training and training and training.
Hope that answers your question. Yes. The next. Wow. Okay, wow. If you didn't hear what he said, is it advisable to have lovers in the company? Boyfriend and girlfriend, or husband and wife working for a company?
So that's when they are supposed to be working,
they can say, let's use the restroom.
Okay. So it's a really good question. And we probably have a few husband and wives in our organization, but what we try to do is a few things. They're definitely not in the same location. Definitely not in the same location.
Not in the same branch.
Not in the same branch. That will likely not work because, in addition to being distracted, there's an opportunity for them to start to have different thoughts, and before you know it, they've connived to do something, or it's just not healthy.
Or if they fight at home, they'll bring it to the work place.
It's a bit strange. So. So different locations, and then even different units, right? So if your husband is an auditor in one location, the wife is maybe, I don't know, a marketer in another location. So they are doing different things in different locations, and you can say, you have some confidence that they are able to just focus on their job, and then they can go home later.
Thank you very, very much for your responses and also for the wealth of knowledge that you've shared with us, Mrs. Ayo. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for her. All right, guys. We're gonna be running on vibes. You know, I feel the energy here. Are you guys learning a lot? You're enjoying it? Awesome. So I see that you're having small chops, and it's always nice when you are eating small chops and you're learning at the same time. It's not like proper school where you sit down in front of the desk and the lecturer will be giving you lecture, nothing to eat, no sweets, no biscuits. This one is nice, you know. I mean, it's Guy, next year we're gonna have more than small chops, Abi. See, you people should not agree. After these sessions are over, go and hold Guy and tell him that, see, you are running food business. You have to feed us well with ofada rice. You know, after the break, you have tea, meat pile. After that one, you know, goat meat, then V-chunks. You understand? Eat vegetarian in the same day. You have to understand that the brain works with food. Thank you. We're going to be moving very quickly to the next session. And I'm sure that this is very important session for a couple of businesses that want to switch to having online departments, or at least delivering food to their customers. I'd like to also listen to this speaker because she's very experienced in this part of business, operating an online delivery restaurant. Our next speaker or panelist is Tracy Bata. She is 29 and co-founder and chief executive officer of Smoothie Express, a food and beverage company in Nigeria. Tracy Bata was determined to live her life like a healthy fruit basket in 2014. She would blend fruits together into a smoothie detox and would package some to carry to work. However, the process was often tedious and time-consuming, let alone a bit messy. So, she decided to start a smoothie delivery company for professionals like herself who wanted to have access to healthier drink options. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome to stage Tracy Bata. Hey, don't be shy now, dance now. Give us a few moves. You know, you're almost Gen Z. You understand? Don't tell them you're re-age, you understand? Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for her. All right. So we're going to be talking about operating an online delivery restaurant.
Yeah.
When did you start your business?
We started in 2015.
2015.
Yeah. March.
And you knew immediately it was going to be online.
The vision was to grow eventually to having more store locations, brick and mortar stores, but I wanted to start online because I'd been used to the process of ordering food online from other restaurants in the UK. So it was something I was like, okay, we need to make this a thing here in Nigeria.
Yeah, because at the time it wasn't a thing here.
No, it wasn't.
Right. So what gave you the courage to think that you could pull it off? And what were some of the resources that helped you to do it?
Okay, I've always had this business mindset. I think it stems from my mom. My mom was a serial entrepreneur, so I actually assisted her to do like a couple of businesses she did. So I wasn't scared of starting up any business. I had done so.
So you had done business in the past, in
scared of
school,
that.
before, you know.
Yeah,
and all
yeah.
that. Did you braid people's hair to collect money too?
No, not for money, but I did braid people's hair. I did. So I'm just someone that is hands-on. So I wasn't really scared to start up a business. But what I would say got me through everything was I just wanted it to, you know, succeed. So I didn't just get up to start one. I actually took my time to write notes about how I wanted it to be, the vision, the process, everything. I did that before I started, and it helped a lot. Yeah.
And so when you were, sorry, just give me an example of some of the business you ran, like before, because this courage, that's, I'm still trying to figure it out. Like, first of all, like there were no online businesses, and at the time, people weren't as health savvy as they are now,
Yeah.
where they want like smoothies.
Yeah.
But you were like, you know what? It's gonna be online. It's gonna be smoothie, and we're gonna make money. So what were some of the things? And I want to hear, because you know sometimes people say, "Well, I'm not prepared," but people don't know that sometimes life experiences prepare them for, or sets them up for, you know, success in something else later in life.
Yeah.
So what were some of the skills that you learned from your past businesses, and what were they?
What skills did I learn from? Okay, so I think I did before Smoothie Express. I did a little bit of catering, cooking. You know, I just cooked food. Then I was in Abuja working. So they had this festival they did every month somewhere in Abuja. We just cook food and take there to sell. So that's one of the things I did. I sold hair at a point. This was before Smoothie Express. And I sold clothes too when I was in university. I did makeup for some people when I was in university. Yes. So all these were not done on a professional level, obviously. But I would say at that time, I myself, I hadn't worked professionally for a while. So after starting my career, I saw how things were. I was more exposed, and then I wanted to start Smoothie Express. So it didn't make sense for me to do the same things I'd been doing then, which was no structure, just buy and sell. I didn't even know how to calculate my profits. Sometimes I sell and I don't recoup my money. So this time I wanted to do it properly. So I actually signed up for a couple of business, what's it called? Activities like this, yes. Then
workshops.
Yeah, they were not tailored to online food businesses, but I could pick one or two things from them.
So you was basically learning business administration skills.
Yes, I did that for a couple of months while the business was kind of running. So I made sure I equipped myself with those kind of things.
Awesome.
Yeah, but that wasn't what I decided to start because I saw the opportunity there. So it was something that I knew that a lot of people were busy to go get food during lunchtime. Like we were always sending cleaners and stuff to go for us, right? And then I thought about it. Why not have people actually, you know, bring this to you in your office? Like it could be much simpler that way. And then order it online. So that was what was like really new.
The new catch.
Yes. But then again, I did my master's degree in the UK in 2010, and I was ordering food online already then. And I'm just an online person. I don't even shop. I'm one of those people, women, which is very weird because women like to go into stores, right? You never catch me in a store trying to get stuff. I buy everything online. So I just fell in love with the process. It's stress-free. You get to look at what you want, you know, read everything. If you're okay with it, go ahead to buy. So that was why I really thought that it would work. I was sure that there were a couple of people like me that would pay for that kind of service.
Yeah,
so, yeah.
I think you have I think you're part of people who have like a high risk threshold. Like me, I cannot take risk. If I just see that, could it be that somebody may not buy, I will run away. But I think that because you had done business and I think like you just have a strong heart, Shah. So I give you props on that one, as in a beg. So I mean, like, I'm sure that it wasn't immediately you started making profits.
Oh,
and like you mentioned, like, you know, there wasn't structure at the beginning, and so how and when did you even leave your day job to now focus fully on this, and when did it start like making profit?
Okay, so we started making profits in 2017.
Wow,
so yeah. Wow. So basically, the way the business started, I'm sure maybe one or two persons might have read an interview online. We just started with funds. I am my co-founder, Mommy. We just started with our personal funds. I don't think it was up to, I don't know the dollar rate now, because I used to use dollar to explain it, but let me just go into Naira. Like, I think we both put in 1 million from our savings, like, to start up. And when we started, we didn't start like a small company. Most people thought that this was owned by maybe one of those big brands, right? Because we built a website, well-done website.
Before you launched?
Before we launched, yes.
Awesome.
We had, we bought the right equipment. We bought our packaging materials were top-notch. Again, people would think that it was a big brand that owned.
So because it was online,
it was online.
You knew the brand had to be on point first.
Yeah.
So you worked on branding.
So all those things kind of made it slow for us to start being profitable. But in the long run, it paid off because we came out. people didn't know us from anywhere, but they could trust us with things such food items such as salad, which is really really rare. You know, people don't want to eat vegetables out there. Salads are not cooked basically, and then fruits, blended food. So people just trusted us because of the way we started. So yeah, we didn't make so much profits in the beginning, and that was just due to how we started. We put in more of the money we needed into what we needed before.
Yeah,
So it
and
took a while.
when it comes to like branding, apart from the name, the color scheme, and all of that, and the website, do you think that packaging, how you package your food, helped people in gaining trust and helped them to come back to order more food from more
Definitely.
smoothies from you?
Before people started using paper packaging, we jumped on it. We made our packaging really neat, spill proof, very important. People want to see their meals delivered to them and not, seeing that somebody could have just easily opened the box, So, or it could have just easily spilled. So we did everything from the beginning. We made sure we packaged properly. And then when people get their meals, they are almost like they trust us that this was made freshly, nicely packed. Nobody has touched it. It hasn't spilled. Nobody has contaminated it, and it's getting to me now. So yeah, that's how we did it then.
Now, how did you deliver food to people at the time?
At the beginning.
And how do you do it now?
Okay. So at the beginning, we bought bikes. We started with one bike.
You bought bikes?
Yes. Yes. So we started with one bike at the beginning.
Because you were like a front runner in the online. Yeah, so
yeah, bikes were so cheap then. I cannot remember the price now.
How much was a bike?
I think it was like 150 or so. It was really, really cheap. So we bought it then, and somebody referred us to a rider, and we got one, and we started then. After a couple of months, we bought more bikes. But here's the thing, and then we're still, will I say, young in the business world, and we didn't really know how to manage these riders. So we knew how to manage everything that had to do with Smooth Express, but the delivery part, we didn't know how to manage the riders. Most times they had issues where they take too long to get to customers. Some of them stop to smoke. Things like that were happening. We had issues where they were leaving, up and leaving. So we didn't really know how to. And then the bikes were breaking down. We didn't know what to do, how to service them properly. It was just bad for our business. So we sold those bikes.
Your two female founders.
Yes, two female. Oh, there were days of crying. Like there were days where we cried.
So you couldn't actually, like if they say bike has broken down, you didn't know what to do.
Yeah, yeah. So we wouldn't know what to do. Sometimes we're looking at each other and almost like crying, like what do we do? So that part was a no-brainer and good for us. We met Chinedu of Max then. They were just starting Max then, and then we discussed with them. We gave them our bikes and they gave us riders. They kind of managed that process for us and it worked. It worked till we got bigger. So when we got bigger, and obviously they were growing as well, so more clients, they couldn't focus so much on our business anymore. And at that point, it just makes sense to go back to owning our own bikes. But this time around, we employed somebody that will be in charge of the delivery, logistics, and that has worked. So now
you have a logistics manager who's in charge of managing the staff when it comes to delivery. So that's
and the bikes.
That's like another arm of the business.
Exactly.
It's not like part of even the business, your main business. I get it. I get it. So, that's interesting. So, are you guys learning? Are you guys taking notes? Are you people taking notes? Thank you. Oh, that's very interesting, and I think that's very sound because I know that now. I thought that you would say, "Oh, you're outsourcing completely to, delivery companies," but that you still have yours, but then you've set up a different company or different arm and led by somebody else and taking all that stress away.
And then we still use third-party companies. So we still use companies. We still use third-party riders because some days are just like ridiculous. Like they're just much more than we planned for. And we use on-demand companies like there's Quick, other companies there. Jumia now does it. Yeah, a couple of them like that help us out from time to time. But I would say at this stage where we are now, it's better to own those bikes. Yeah.
It reduces the cost and
yes, the cost. Yes, that's part of it. And also we're able to use them how we want. I don't know if that makes sense. With those other companies, they have other businesses. You're not the only one they're catering to. So
I get it.
Yeah.
All right. So for online businesses, delivery can be like, especially for businesses that want to start, and some don't have the opportunity to have their own bikes. I'm sure that that period where your business outsourced most of the delivery process, you learned a couple of things. What are some of the strategies you've put in place to address some of the challenges that businesses can face when it comes to delivering food?
Okay, I think I've mentioned a couple already. In the beginning, not everyone can afford to own their bikes. So I would suggest you speak to, there are some riders that own their own bikes. So yeah, you can speak to people like that. I prefer them to the big companies at the beginning.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Let's put this in perspective. Let's put this in perspective.
Okay.
I own a business, and I'm getting somebody who I don't know what his process is like or his standards are.
Yeah.
You know, he's going to deliver documents this morning,
Exactly,
then
yeah.
find a way to pick up my own onubu soup that I want to
So I was
deliver
gonna
to another part of Lagos while he drops somebody else's disk drive before, and then I can't manage the process of him that will, you know, impede on him maybe spilling the soup. I don't know what the case of the, you know, there's some of them who, some of these deliveries or bike delivery guys, they have specially built cases at the back to help food stay in place. And most of these ones that are doing their own thing, it's not built for food delivery.
Yeah.
It's not clean when you
so
open it.
what I was going to say is to rent the bike, not necessarily. So he owns the bike, but you're renting the bike from him, and he rides the bike. So you're paying like per day for the bike. So it's almost as if you own it. You set your standards, you set everything you want.
I see. Okay.
Because if you're delivering food, so here's the catch. If you're delivering, for us, we're a quick service restaurant, just that we're online. So I don't know how many businesses are like that here, that quick service, people just want to order now and eat, right? You don't want to wait for those bigger companies to take forever to get to you and deliver to. I mean, the market is like huge. A lot of players are in there. You want to stand out somehow. Apart from the taste of your food, you want to get customers faster than maybe other people would do.
So you rent
I
him
would
out.
suggest that. That's just one suggestion.
Okay.
But I mean, ultimately, the easiest way is to use on-demand delivery companies like Quick. Yeah.
All right. So,
but you can rent out someone that owns a bike, and you pay per day. So they're happy to get like. It depends on the amount.
So they're not going to do any other
No,
jobs,
you're just
any
doing
other
your
personal jobs.
Okay. And trust me, it works. They know that they're going to get this amount this day, and then maybe you can throw in bonuses depending on how many deliveries they do. You can.
And then when you do 10, deliveries, when you get like deliveries per time, do you then wait and say, okay, every 30 minutes, that's when we send a
no, that's the thing. That's not what
or
we
every
do.
10 minutes.
No.
As soon as you get an order, you send out.
If it's one order, we take it out. If it's two, we take it out. Process it and take it out.
Wow.
People have different ways. So, like I said, it depends on how you have structured your business. For us, we are a quick service delivery company, food delivery company. We don't want to tell people order from 9 a.m. to 12 noon. We'll deliver to you by 3 p.m. That's not how we're doing it for now, and it's worked for us. Our clients know that, our customers know that when I order my food, I'm going to get it in 45 minutes to an hour, max 1 hour, 30 minutes. Yeah.
Great. Now, for the business, online business proper, setting up the website, working with engineers, and getting payments done right.
Yeah.
What are some of the experiences that you had when making sure that this became a smooth running process from the customer experience angle when it comes to finding the website, filling in what they want to, or selecting their menu, clicking that, paying, getting the order to you, and then getting it done back, you know, getting the food to them. What are some of the ways that, you know, or some of the tools that helped you that can help other businesses make sure that they have that same smooth running process?
Oh, so for now we use Orda. So
Orda.
Yes.
Orda.
That's why we're here.
Wait.
Yeah. Yes. And
wait, hold on. It's not like that. Okay, see this a lot at the back. Okay, wait. When you when you started,
Yeah.
You had a website and everything.
Yes.
But you didn't have Order then.
Yes.
Okay. Now you have Order. What does Order do for you exactly?
Differently. Okay. Okay, good question. So when we started, we had our website. It looked like it was going on for us, right? But this is a small business. We don't have a tech team behind us. So we had times where our websites would go down. We didn't really know what to do. We had we had just one location then. Sorry, just making for one location. So it was a little bit easier. But now we're probably delivering from multiple locations, and we don't want any downtime too. So like it just makes sense to use someone that it's good at, a company that is good at offering this service, and that's what Order does for us now. So there's like, I'm not trying to hype them, but there's really not much of downtimes with Order. So like most times, so I mean maybe 95.
Excuse me.
Yeah,
hold on.
That helped us. I don't have to think about any tech bro or any tech, to help us check out the website. We've had issues with website. Oh my God, we've spent over $1 million on a website, and that never got fully developed to today. So that's not just all. There are some things that are tailored to, the website. Order website is a. I feel like I'm advertising too much for Order. Yeah, you know that it's a POS software. They also have microsites in it, which you can put your products and people can just get to order it from their locations. So that's like 2-in-1 for us. We tried to build that, and that's when we spent over $1 million there, and it's failed till today. Yeah.
See today.
Yeah. So some companies have large funds for those kind of things. They spend 10, 20 million naira and they get what they want. For us, we're not there yet. Maybe in the future, but Order is good now. So when we started using them, it was just like someone heard what we have been saying since, our complaints, and just put everything together in one website. So customers are able to log onto the link, order from where they are. We're able to get it in our stores and process it like a point of sale system, do what we need to do, print out the receipts, and go deliver these things to our customers. They have a database where they keep our customer details as well. So that's really, really helped us. Yeah, it's what we want.
So what you're saying in effect is, after 7 years, or in 7 years of running a business, and being successful at it, quote unquote, Order came and took it to the next level.
Yeah.
In the last how many years?
We've been with that for over a year.
Wow. And how did that affect your profit margin?
Okay. I just know that we're not spending much on tech right now. So
somebody else is just doing it for you and took the burden away.
Yeah. Although we pay a fee monthly, but it's still substantial.
Very.
It's not substantial compared to what we should be paying for that. So I don't know if this is an export step or something. Normally we'll view the website and pay for that, and then we'll pay for a point of sale system. So
those
probably
are two
use
things.
Vend. Yeah, two different things. Probably use the Vend and probably build our website, and that cost comparing to what we are doing, what we get now from them is really, really, really much more than what we're paying now. Yeah.
Oh wow! So I think this is a good time to put your hands together for Order Africa. Like I said, Order is very, very, very passionate about helping businesses in the food sector thrive, and I'm glad to be hearing your, experience and your testimony about that.
Yeah.
Okay, so how can one structure their business to serve customers effectively? Oh yes.
Okay. I'm just going to speak from
You know
what
what?
we've done.
Because we've actually run out of time. Let me just ask this question.
Okay.
If we may go back into that, but how can a business increase presence, or if they are just starting out in the online space, how can they make a big presence visible? How can they make their presence visible in the online space, for their business?
It's social media, I think. Everyone,
So when you say
social media now,
social
you
media
just have to
it's a
press
whole
on it.
hydra-headed.
TikTok, whatever you have to do. For us, we started when there were not so many algorithms on Instagram, so our growth was phenomenal then. But now, it's a lot more harder. So what I would say is that if you're a starting business and you want to make yourself out there, put yourself out there, go on whatever social media platform that you can, and get yourself there. Throw in some videos to engage people. I don't know what it is they do now because we outsource our social media, but get out there, like TikTok, Instagram, Twitter.
So you're on all
whatever.
social media platforms?
So we don't need to be on all right now because we kind of have built our online presence already. So we started with just Instagram and Twitter, and I think that's just our major place now. But I would say to anyone just starting, get on all of them. It's so easy to post the same content across us anyway, all nowadays. Yeah, so just get on all of them.
Would you advise a business or your startup or a business that has been existing but wants to start online? Would you advise them to get a social media staff, somebody that's just going to focus on that, or they can do it themselves?
I mean, if you've been in existence for a while, I should think you have some sort of funds thrown into that. So I would say get someone that's experienced. We are not even doing it in our own house right now. We outsource to a different company entirely, and it works for us. So if you're new, then I'll say do yourself. But like you've been in business for a while, I'm sure you're comfortable enough to throw in some funds towards that. It will pay off. Like it's something that pays off really quickly. It's like an investment that you get returns from it really quickly. So go into the online space with as much funds that you can get into that. Like we want to even go bigger in the online space, but for us now, what we need to grow bigger is to spend more money, like way more money. Yes, and
spend money on what, please?
People like you now.
That's just what I wanted to ask.
Yeah. We can reach out to more people with influencers. Like this is the day and age of influence. People listen to their influencers much more than they listen to their colleagues or friends. Nowadays, it's the truth. So if you have funds, get into that space. But you have to find the person that is tailored to your kind of business. Don't just go out there to get anyone you see. Find someone that people would listen to about food.
Yeah.
That's
amazing. Please put your hands together for her.
Thank you.
It's been an amazing and interesting session. All right, so our time is up. How did 20 minutes go so fast?
Oh, it's 20 minutes.
Okay, so anybody wants to ask Tracy questions? Do we have anybody who wants to ask a question? Okay, we have one there. Okay, so can we get a mic to him? Yes, please, you can use your voice. He said he would like to ask you about what your opinion is on taking loans for a small business. Did you take any loans?
Yes, we did back in 2019, towards the end of 2019. Okay, I don't know. I'm not one to speak so ill about Nigeria, but I would just say with the way the economy is now, I would say try as much as possible not to take any sort of loans for your business, because there's no covering for you when something goes back, when something is wrong. Nobody wants to listen to you. You just got to pay your debts. So so we took a loan late 2019. And COVID happened March 2020.
God. But I think one of the businesses that thrived the most during the pandemic was online business. And people started ordering food like crazy during the pandemic. I mean, we ordered food so much. I was almost running crazy when my wife every weekend day ordered this tray of this, ordered that one, order. So, and a lot of people experienced a boom. People who had
it's not much more about what's the pandemic periods. It's about the effect of the pandemic. So
in the
we know a lot
financial
of people,
sector.
a lot of
and how
people were
it's-
laid off from their jobs. There was inflation. There is still inflation. Yeah, we just had.
So you had to deal with problems of understaffing
Yes,
and
we had
also
to.
output.
And even the first 3 months of COVID, there was just minimal services
Yeah,
and stuff.
true,
So
true.
for us, we got a loan to open stores, more physical outlets, and people weren't really coming in at that point. So yeah, and then everything's just changed now. We have a lot of people more aware about their, a lot of people more aware about their income. Okay, I would say then we had more people with disposable income that we could cater to for our kind of business. We service customers, mid-class customers too. Upper class customers.
Yes.
So then they had much more disposable income. So we had people that didn't care if they would order every other day. But now some people are like, oh no, I need to put a pin to my spending out to eat. I can make my food Monday to Thursday, and on Friday I order in.
All right. Yeah, that's a great response there. Any other question, please? All right, I think we're done with this session. Thank you so much, Tracy. That was very interesting. Please put your hands together for her. All right, guys. So we're going to be having a short break now. We're going to have music playing in the background. Please make sure that you visit the stalls here in this space. And please note that we'll be coming back after 40 minutes, 35 minutes for the rest of the sessions. We have about 2 more sessions for you guys to learn more about. Also, please, there's also UAC restaurants there. They are also serving food, so it would be nice for you to check out what they're doing there. If it's free snack, please don't finish it because I like one for myself. And enjoy yourselves. We'll be coming back here again to also hear what the verdict is on who will be winning the 1 million naira. Okay, guys? So please enjoy yourselves. See you guys soon. So please network too, meet other businesses, and you might have a chance to collaborate. Meet Mr. V Chunks. So just a little bit more info. UAC has a stall here, and they have a business that delivers frozen meat pie to your doorstep. So if you've been thinking of, setting up a small snack business, that will be a good stall for you to visit. I recommend that. So check them out, and you never know.
Hi everyone, hope you're enjoying the break. We just want to announce some of the stalls so that you go ahead and visit them. We have the Orda.africa stall. You have Chow Deck as well, they're a food delivery company. We've got Jishe, which is also food delivery. We've got Bolt's Food, Wabi, which is a marketplace that connects wholesalers to retailers, and of course, UAC Foods. Please feel free to visit, learn more about them, and there's some nice deals in there for you. Thanks. So we're just going to give each stall a second to just explain what they do. So we'll start with Wabi. So if Wabi could just explain what they do, so you guys can come and check them out.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. So Wabi, it's an app that connects wholesalers to retailers. You can basically buy your groceries, your alcoholic products from us, and we deliver to your doorstep.
So we're a B2B marketplace, and what we do is connect wholesalers selling groceries, drinks, personal care to the retailers and restaurants who need to buy this to sell on. The benefits for you is that you find the products you need at the best prices and at close proximity to you. We do not charge for delivery, so you get free delivery on top of that. You get all your orders delivered within 24 hours of ordering. Plus, you get 5% off your first orders. So please download the app. It's Wabi2B on the Play Store and the App Store, WABI2B. And we give you 5% off. You have maximum visibility on all your stock, and you can monitor depletion as well. And you get all the products in one place. Thank you.
Great, thanks, Wabi. Next up, we have UAC to give us some insights on what they do. Thank you.
So this is UAC Restaurants, and I believe basically everybody knows us as the Mr. Biggs and Debonia's Pizza. If you haven't experienced Debonia's Pizza, I think you should just try and experience Debonia's Pizza. It's the best pizza in the world. And also Mr. Biggs, we have an array of products and well displayed here. We have the meat pie, the best meat pie in the world. And we have the chicken supreme, beef roll, and donuts, and other things. Just visit one of the shops, you'll be amazed. Another arm of the business that is not well talked about is actually the restaurant services. And by restaurant services, we provide opportunities for businesses, support for businesses. The restaurant services, actually, we build pies. We make frozen pies that can actually be delivered to your doorsteps as you want it. We take the cost of running a factory off you. We take the cost of staffing for back-end staff off you. Running diesel, part of the problems, part of the challenges that most businesses face is actually finance for setup. We have a fully set up plant that is capable of producing whatever you need in pies. And one of the advantages that we have is like we run a white label arrangement. By white label, what I mean is you have an opportunity for you to give us your recipe. We produce according to your specifications. We produce to meet your taste and your specific customer needs and demands, and we deliver it to you. And we take off all the hassles of operational expenses that are killing businesses, running diesel. You can even scale down your equipment so that you just pick up the pies and you sprint. So this is an opportunity for any business that is still, that is you are trying to set up a pie selling business or restaurants or even retail outlets. Currently, we are strategic partners with a couple of the biggest retail supermarkets in Nigeria. And the good thing about us, we are spread so wide, we can deliver to any part of this country, any part of Nigeria. We have a fully developed logistics arm that can deliver any part of the country, be it in the north, east, west, south, around Lagos, and it will be delivered freshly made, frozen, and to your doorsteps. Thank you very much. And please, before I go, I invite everybody to come and visit my stand. We have amazing products here that you need to experience before you leave this place. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, UAC. Up next, we have Childec to tell us a bit about what they do. Childec, over to you.
Hi, everyone. Okay, here at Childec, we're a food delivery service. So we connect vendors, those are restaurants, to customers, a wide range of customers in different locations in Lagos. And for customers, we connect you to a variety of restaurants and meals options that you want. In Yaba, Surulere, Ikeja, Lekki, we get your meals delivered to you fast and in good quality. That's Childec.
Thank you very much, Childec, food delivery. What do you want to start doing? I don't know. But you want to start wrapping this up, right?
Yeah.
Let me just give both. Up next, we have Bolt's Food to tell us a bit about what they do.
Hello, everyone. This is Bold Food. We are a food delivery company. We're currently present on the mainland and on the island. We work with restaurants to help them grow their business, grow their orders, essentially make more money. We're happy to work with any restaurant here. Please come to the stand, have a conversation with us, and we'll give you a rundown of how we work. We're happy to speak with you. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. And we have Jisha. Jisha is here to tell us about what they do.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Yes, Jisha, and we are a food ordering and delivery platform. So what we do is that we empower our restaurant partners to enable their proximity deliveries, right? We are currently operational in the island and the mainland. And in our years in operation, right, we've been able to help our restaurant partners to see a very great and massive increase, reduction in delivery time, and also decrease in delivery cost. So if you want to know more about how we are able to do that, or how we are able to do that, please come to us and we'll do justice to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
As I take your hand and lead you to the dance floor, as the music dies, something in your eyes calls to mind a silver screen of dark and said goodbye. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. A wasted chance that I feel given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you. Time can never mend the careless whispers of a good friend to the heart and mind. Ignorance is kind, but there's no comfort in the truth. The pain is the harder you find. I'm never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have got no rhythm. Though it's easy to pretend, I know you're not a fool. Should've known better than to cheat a friend. A wasted chance that I feel given. So I'm never gonna dance again the way I danced with you.
So I reckon Hi, everyone. Hope you're enjoying the break. We'll be winding down soon for our next session. But before then, we just want to introduce a really interesting proposition. It's called NEMCHA, and we're here to talk about it.
Hello, everyone. My name is Darian Adeokunu. I'm a partner at NEMCHA Studios. We're a film production company, and we also produce TV commercials. We all know there's a big link between food and entertainment. When we go to the movies, we eat popcorn, and we always like enjoying our movies with food, It's a good pair. So the thing we're pitching to you guys is partnering with film companies and production studios like ours to do product placement opportunities. Also for catering on set. We at times have sets of 80 to 150 people running for 30 days that we need to feed. So at times being able to partner with food restaurants and food companies to get discounts to take care of everybody's feeding needs. And in addition to that, when we're talking about product placement, a lot of us know that brands like Burger King, McDonald's, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, even before they come to our shores, there's already brand recognition because their brands travel all over the world because you've seen them in movies, you've seen them at events, you've seen them as sponsorships with the World Cup and all sorts of events. I think for our brands here, it's a great pairing to use food as our soft power. The way fashion and music has been going global right now, it will be great to see you guys also export your brands to other countries, to other people across the world so they can experience Nigeria and our food culture. So if you'd like to talk to me, I'm on that table over there. I'd like to meet people that would like other restaurants that would like to work with us on product placement opportunities and catering on set for our productions. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. Next up to tell us about their business is Shapley. So Shapley, take it away. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Shapley Africa is a logistics infrastructure that helps businesses manage their delivery operations by knowing where your riders are at the right time, are they making the right deliveries. You save engineering costs, just like Smoothie Express mentioned. With us, it's a white labelable, off-the-shelf logistics infrastructure that you can use to manage your riders, your staffs, where are they, assign rides to the right person, manage different branches, and today we'll be giving out 3 months free subscription to every business that is interested in trying us out. And thank you very much.
Great, thank you.
again, no be so. Girl, you won't capture my soul. I'm again, no be so. Make you one bolombo. Beru, bad. Beru, bad. I'm loose. Even Peru done the para. Tonight in Josie, I'm in Josie. Won't call if you want Josie. I'm not playing with you, I'm not joking. My thought of mom is loaded. Me, you can fight, but I'm on board. I'm on duty, but I'm on low key. They want do me, they want do me. They want do me, cause they want do me. When you won't want me, when you won't want me. I'm in San Francisco, Jammy. When you won't want me, when you won't want me. I just flew in from Miami. Peru, para. Peru, para. I'm loose. Even Peru done the para. She says she like my tunes. She said me, I never seen a girl like you. Say you like my tattoos. Tell me I want to be inside you. She's my woman. Inside Puna, sweet like sugar. In my new van, come to me, yeah, they swim like tuna. When you won't want me, when you won't want me. I'm in San Francisco, Jammy. When you won't want me, when you won't want me. I just flew in from Miami. Peru, para. Peru, para. I'm loose. Even Peru done the para.
Calling me the sugar where they your tea. Calling me the honey where they your bee. Anything you tell me, I they believe her. Showing me around like I lost my way. Telling all your friends and I me be bail. Baby, see me, I don't they believe her. Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, make I know now. If you don't love me, tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, oh, make I know now. If you don't love me, oh, make you don't talk, say you love me, oh. Aye. If you don't need me, oh, oh, nobody talk, say you need me, oh. I take this love oh seriously, oh. Baby, oh, make you not play me, oh. Nobody talk, say you love me, oh. Don't play me. Calling me the sun where they bright your day. Calling me the joy where they crash your pain. Anything you talk, baby, I they believe, oh. Nobody they agree to they toast me again. When they wanna come, you they block their way. Everybody don't sabi me with you, oh. Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, oh, make I know now. Tell me, make I know now. If you show me, make I know now. If you don't show me, oh, make I know now. If you don't love me, oh, make you don't talk, say you love me, oh. Aye. If you don't need me, oh, oh, nobody talk, say you need me, oh. I take this love oh seriously, oh. Baby, oh, make you don't play me, oh. Nobody talk, say you love me, oh. Before we go further, tell me now, I wanna know. Make I don't go fall down low, I wanna know. Make I don't fall down low. Do you ever know that? I wanna know. Am I the only one?
First, let me say to you, I cannot wait to see you. You are the treasure I've been waiting for. Do you know how much I really need you? I dey pray for the day when I can finally kiss you. You know, say every day I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart today is a permanent place for you. That's why my heart is a beat like do bang, do bang. Cause now you I choose, so I am fair, me I no fair. I sing for you, wanna be like you do, baby, now you I go big, oh, I am baby, I'm your face. But there we go. See, I may not give the world to you, but I'll give you what I have. Oh, baby, oh, you are my angel, oh. Koduro life, baby, oh. Shabby, you know, say every day I dey pray for you. Oh, in my heart, oh, there's a permanent place for you. That's why my heart it a beat like do do do. Cause now you I choose, oh, I am baby, I'm your babe. I sing for you, wanna be like you do. Baby, now you I go big, oh, I am baby, I'm your babe. Only for you it'll be like do oh. I sing for you, my baby, oh. Do oh. Mo fẹ́ràn rẹ, oh. I am baby, oh, you baby, oh. Baby, see me now.
Over. I wanna hold you so tight, coming closer. It's been a hell of a ride, but every single moment you were there by my side. Whenever I'm broken, you make me feel whole. Whenever I'm lonely, you're there for my soul. Wherever you are, girl, that's where I call my own. Whenever you doubt it, I'll be letting you know. Girl, I want to be dancing with you forever. You see through the storm and take me as I am. Baby, it's magic anytime that we're together. I'm
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for all taking your seats. The break is just about to be over. We have one more person to talk about their business, Pirano, and then shortly after, we'll jump into the rest of the event.
Should I go up? Good afternoon, everybody. Hoping you're enjoying your meals and your food. Just a very quick one. So I am the CEO of Pirano Energy. My name is Bola Ogidon. And Pirano Energy is a solar energy company where we allow businesses to pay monthly instead of having to buy the system outright. So we are able to save plenty of businesses a lot of capital. So we have already done solar for the likes of Ardova, Enyo, Jara Supermarkets, and a number of other large multi-site corporates. So if you need or are looking to reduce your operating expenditure by using solar, we are here. And if you come find me, I'll be happy to have a chat. Thank you.
And returning back to the stage is our host, Aka Nani.
Hello, everybody. Hi, guys. Hey, is it the food? Is the ofada rice? Is sweet? Where's Choma? Choma, please make sure you keep my own in pack for me. Yes, now take away pack. You think it's only you that wants to enjoy this rice? Only you. What's your name?
Chiwendu.
So what's your business? Do you have a food business?
I run a food supply business. I shop food stuff, my tour for Yimbo, supply it to people.
Awesome. And have you learned a lot today?
Yes.
Amazing, amazing. So what was your best session out of all the things we talked about?
So the last speaker.
The last speaker about making it online. So you want to take your business online?
I want to move higher.
Higher, higher, higher. Thank you very much. Hey, everybody. Can I get a response? Hello, everybody. Okay, so you know what? I can see that everybody's mouths are moving. You guys want to eat. Some people are like, God, let him not come near me. There's one girl like this. She's looking at me. She's like, hey. I can see her like literally shrieking. And as I'm talking about her, she's looking at me like, hope it's not me he's talking about. It's you. I can see you. Don't worry, I'm not going to. Wait, I'm coming. I don't know if I'll bring the mic to you first. Okay, so I'm going to do something to warm us up a bit before we go into the next sessions. In fact, before we go into the next panel sessions, we're going to win some money. Do you guys like money? So I've said that it's not only the people who pitched business today that are going to win 1 million naira. Some people here are going to win some small, nice money that you can use and eat chin chin. Do you understand? Do you understand? Are you happy about it? So I'm going to make it fun. All right. So DJ, what we're going to start to do first is I want people to finish the lyrics to songs. So I want us to warm up a bit. Oga, why are you laughing? Shebi, if you own food restaurant, you people are always playing music. You play music. You must have heard the music again and again. So you know the lyrics to the song now, Abi?
Yes, we do.
So you're going to be my first?
No.
Yes, you're going to be my first contestant. You'll be?
Yes.
No, I'll not ask you. First of all, your hair is pink. So it looks like you already know Dorime and all the Ashake. You even look like Gen Z, so you win too quickly. No. Okay, so all right, DJ, play one song. Let's start. Is this a popular song? Is it a popular? Me self, I dey ask me. I don't even. Hey. I never. Hey. Oh yeah, oh yeah. Hey. First of all, we are competing for the price of 25,000 naira. Oh yeah.
Bad energy, got my mind on my money. Said it dance like broccoli. Couldn't have my fantasy. Hey, eat a rush, well, eat a rush. Now gonna make tap the rush. The kind money we touch. Eat a rush, well, eat a rush. Now gotta make my time. We talk.
I caught you. You know what's killing me? The DJ, they feel you. As you were singing, DJ was like. All right, DJ, another song. Who am I gonna give the mic to? Who?
More music on trendybeats.com.
Is you.
Calm down. Girl, this is your body. Keep it my ass for lockdown. Oh, lockdown. Girl, you sweet like Fanta. If I tell you, say I love you, you know they for me, Yanga. Oh, Yanga. Tell me, lo.
Please put your hands together for her. All right. Okay, so let me ask a question. 2 questions I'm going to ask. 2 questions. So Orda, one of the things that Orda does is that, you know, because of the nature of the business, they have access to information and data. And so they know the answers to these questions I'm about to ask. The first question I'm going to ask is, number 1, what is the most popular food item on Nigerian restaurant menus? The most popular food item on Nigerian restaurant menus. What do you say, ma?
Rice.
Which rice? There is ofada, there is jollof, there is a fried rice, there is... So you cannot say rice.
Jollof rice.
Jollof rice. You are sure? You don't want to call a friend?
No, I don't.
You don't want to use helpline?
At all.
No other option?
At all.
Final answer?
Yes.
Jollof rice. The answer is jollof rice. Put your hands together for her. So you have 25,000 naira from Orda.africa in your Orda.africa wallet. So if you came here with a friend that is the one that is the food vendor, sorry, you will just tell her to collect the money for you and enjoy it. You understand? But do you have a food business? Tell us about your food business, please.
It's basically servings of cakes and small chops.
Nice. What's the name of your business?
Made Foods.
Made Foods. Thank you. Do you use Orda.africa?
Not yet.
But you're gonna, because you have to collect your 25, so you start using it.
Okay, yes.
Thank you. All right, next question, final question. All right, so you win 25,000 naira. Put your hands together for our songstress. Do you have a food business? What's the name of your food business? Let me know now.
My food business is Futures Fruits. We serve healthy meals.
Nice. So do you use Orda.africa?
Not yet, but I'm ready to start.
Awesome. So you get 25,000 naira in your Orda wallet. Please put your hands together for her. One last question. So, what is the most popular
What is the most ordered food item in Nigerian restaurant from Nigerian restaurants on Order Nigeria? Most popular food ordered. That's the one that people order the most from any restaurant in Order Africa inventory. You want to answer? You want to try? Okay, what?
Jollof rice and chicken.
Jollof rice and chicken? Do you want to call helpline?
No.
Call a best friend?
No.
Final answer?
Yes.
Ha! Jollof rice and chicken. Who wants to try? Who wants to try? Okay, please, I need a man to answer because we have 2 female winners. No. Equality. Can a man try? Okay, we have a man there. You? She's beside you. So the 2 of you might have shared it. Are you friends? You're not friends. Don't deny how you just met here. Oh, that's good. Okay.
Still jollof rice and chicken.
Excuse me, DJ, bring it down. This man. I said represent men. You now came and repeated the same thing she said. That's the answer. That's the truth. Okay, so how do we do it now? If she won, if that's the right answer, will the 2 of you share it, or she will take the moment for, I don't know, you will share it. Will you want to share with him? You don't want to share with him. Maru. She said she's not sharing. Please, who is the man? Hey, you were raising your hand up. Thank you.
Amalani Widu.
Ha! Why are you sure of that?
Show me die.
Why are you sure? Are you call somebody? Make sure you call somebody to answer. Huh? You have called him. What's your final answer?
Amala, very affordable.
That's your reason, because it's very affordable. Wow. That's your final answer.
That's right.
The most ordered item from Nigerian restaurants on Order Africa. Well, meal. Let's say meal, not food, not this thing. Meal, not item. Meal. So what do you think is the? Okay. But you're not in the equation, Sha, because you didn't answer. Wow, ladies and gentlemen, what's your name? What's your name? Do you have a food business? What's the name of your food business?
Abola Village.
Abola Village. Awesome. Wow. It's crazy because I didn't expect it, but he won the answer. It's Amala. Amala is the most ordered meal. Amala and what? Ewedu. Amala and Ewedu is what Nigerians order the most. But that's when it comes to Order Africa's database, not the one in the whole world. Some people now go and take what we said and say, please, Guinness Book of Record, Amala is the most ordered food in the world. That's interesting. But yes, you also win 25,000 naira in your Order wallet. Do you use Order Africa already? So that's good. Well done. Congratulations. I'm not. Why you know? Why will you share it? You were only talking to corroborate what he was saying. My guy. All right. Thank you very much, guys. So hope you guys are enjoying your meal. We're going quickly into the next session right now. We're going to be learning about branding. All right. Thank you, DJ. DJ is okay. Don't worry. After the sessions, after our little... by the way, guys, we already know who the winner for the 1 million naira prize is. Are you guys excited about that? Please put your hands together in anticipation of this person now. Appreciate them so that people appreciate you too when you do your own. Hey. So we're going to go into celebration and dance later on. DJ, please, it's okay. Calm down. I can see you're already, energetic. You're already ready for this thing. You want to spice it up. But right now we're going into the session. We'll be talking about branding. And we have a professional in our midst to give us information about this, share knowledge on this so that we can learn and become businesses that actually not just survive but thrive. We will be calling on stage Toby Fletcher. Toby Fletcher, popularly called the Ofada Boy, is not just an Ofada boy by name, it is a representation of his family genealogy. That means in his genes, there is Ofada rice. Toby is an original indigene from Ofada town. That means that it's not just in his blood there is Ofada. In his town, they also have Ofada. Obafemi Awode area of Ogun State, a place famous for the production of local Ofada rice. With his great-grandfather being amongst the first set of farmers to plant the Ofada rice, Toby sure has the Ofada blood running in him. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Toby Fletcher. Please put your hands together for the Ofada boy. Oshe? This is it. I love it. Hey. Hey. Please have a seat. You sure do know how to make an entrance. Wow, thank you so much for coming here.
Thank you for having me, and thank you to the organizers for putting up this fantastic event.
When I mentioned your name, the Ofada boy, I could feel the energy in the room shift. And it just felt like, one of us is here. So people resonate with your brand. People feel like, they belong, you look like them. And so I think that with your success, many businesses can believe that they can succeed too. I think that one of the most important things about your business is how you've been able to brand it and make it an international or global brand or a national phenomenon, despite in spite of everything that's happening in the country, where you're from, and how authentic or local the food is. We belong in a generation that wants to basically like westernize more often than, stay indigenous. How have you been able to sell your brand, your product, to a quote unquote new world order generation?
Thank you everybody for coming. Basically, there's Ofada Boy is 13 years this year, and
13 years.
Yeah, 13
Please,
years.
can you guys put your hands together for that?
Ofada Boy is 13 years this year, and the only thing that we've been able to stick to is our identity. For you to be able to carve a niche for yourself, you need to identify with who you really are, and that's what we've stood by. We're in a generation where a lot of us are becoming strangers to our culture. We don't even know what we stand for anymore. And for example, I've had one or two people come to me here to ask where the palm wine is from. We actually brought the palm wine, and I know a lot of people have had it. I hope it's nice. So, palm wine, for example, is a part of us. But a lot of people don't even know where to get fresh palm wine from. They would rather buy champagne. Champagne can fly all over this hall and is not new to anybody, and it's imported. But what we own, what we are identified with, what it's ours has become a stranger to us. And one of the things that we've been able to do is to stand our ground and stand on who we really are. And that's where we belong. And that's why we're Father Boy.
Wow. Wow. Like you said, 13 years. But there are businesses that have existed for 20, 25 years and even more, and they haven't become household names. I'm sure, I know that like everybody has heard of Father Boy. Some people might not have eaten it too, but they've heard of a Father Boy. How were you able to do that? Because I know it's not a fluke. How were you able to make your name a household name?
Okay, so when we started, I'm just quickly going to take you through my story. When we started Father Boy 13 years ago, it wasn't really what we planned to do. It was my dad's funeral. My dad is from Ofada, and it was my dad's funeral. And during the funeral, I was the one handling a couple of things there, and a chunk of the money was going into catering. And I was really reluctant to paying for the food, because once I pay for the food, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of things. We had to do the book, we had to do the signage, a lot of things that had to be done. So I slowed down on paying the caterer. So when it was like 2 weeks to the event, to the funeral proper, the caterer then called and said she was going to cancel the order, that she doesn't have that time, blah 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 and all that. And I just told one of my aunties that the way this woman is doing, won't we cook this food ourselves? And my auntie said, there's always this someone that is hands-on in the family that likes all those party kind of thing. I said, money, we'll buy the cow, I just told her, yeah, draw
Drop a budget.
A budget, and let's see what we can do. And she came with a budget. It was below half of what the caterer had given us, and I'm like, okay, increase it. And she brought all the things. So one of the things that I did was the Ankara that I sold to my friends. I just told my auntie that I want waiter me Ankara. I didn't tell my friends that they will be used as waiter that day. So anytime they are working, someone will just drag them a waiter on Jeddah. And the truth is, we've been able to grow organically, and from that day, people started picking different things in the party. That I like this, and that was how Father Boy became to be what it is today. And we have not looked back since then, and we've tried to hold our traditional space in different regards. We were the first to introduce. I know it's a big deal in parties now. We were the first to introduce Gary and fish in parties. I found out that the party, the day, okay, it was Toyosi's wedding. Toyosi and the actor guy
Daniel Etimeke.
And she was like, I want something different. I have a lot of friends coming from Yankee, and I knew the party, you can't cook Chinese more than the people that stays in China.
My dear.
You can't, the Oriental food that you're making, the person even making the Chinese meal doesn't even understand. Do you understand? They are all things that have been taught. Somebody taught someone, and it's been diluted one way or the other. But our gari, we own it. Our yoyo fish, we own it. Our father, we own it. So I told her I was going to do something different. So when I told her, she said, no, don't do it. You want people to think I don't have money for party. And so we then put those small fish, yoyo and prawns. We had set it up. So one lady just came and said, kinti eko ri gari si awon eja. And I'm like, mommy, gari, wow. So like gari ke. Mommy, there's actually gari. And I went to the car, I brought the guy, because she told me not to bring it out. I went to the car, I brought the guy out. So all our friends from America just came, that gari. Before we knew, Instablog had carried it.
I was there that day.
Instablog had carried it, and that was how gari became. We have over 200 caterers now that their job is serving gari. In fact, so we've been able to create jobs. And apart from that, we've done a whole lot of things in the traditional indigenous food space that has positioned us to be who we are today. We don't, our food is peculiar. There's a lot of details that goes into our food, and that's one of the things that we are focused on, making things done right, and that's who we are.
I'm listening to you, and there's so many questions going through my mind. And okay, so first things first. What was it like? How did you conceptualize what your business was going to be about? And I want you to take us through the decision to make the name of Father Boy, and what branding process went into your business becoming the Father Boy. Was it more about, like, is it for you, is it more about the way the food is made and going back to the origin and telling that story as in the narrative, or basically like the same way people, you know, usually do branding, which is packaging it right and making sure it looks good, or making it a different presentation? What for you was what gave you guys that X factor with the branding of your business?
Okay, so branding to me is a lifestyle. It's something you live with, you grow with, you sleep with, and you know, it just has to be a part of you. And we have evolved from when we started to now. And you know, one thing that has stayed with us is the originality. When we started catering, you know, a lot of people in the food space, you know, would rather use tie, suit, and all those things as for their waiters to wear, and you know, just dress. Corporate to a lot of people is not our own traditional attire. Corporate is you have to talk in, and you can wear native and be fantastic. You can be fine, you know. There's a way we've watered down who we are, and you know, we've listened a lot to the Western world. We've let them dictate a lot of things to us. And you know, then I brought in the abeti aja, the, you know, danshiki, the stuff. Just make sure it's proper, it's decent. You don't need to let it, you know, be draggy, and you know, you need to just be smart in it. And that's one of the things we did. And you know, and a lot of other things that we, you know, I noticed that, you know, as times went by, a lot of people don't take time to really understand what they're getting themselves into. I find it difficult to go into the market to buy things. I want to create something because I feel there should be something different about every event we go to. You know, recently, I went to the National Stadium, and I saw one of they call them little guys, the dwarf guys. A lot of my waiters now are dwarfs. You know, I told them, I met with the guy and I said, I would like to employ you guys. I want to involve you guys in my business. And you know, they are very, what do you want to do and all that. So I explained to them. So unfortunately, the person I was speaking with was, I didn't know she was a world record holder in shot put. So when I told her, she said, okay, they are going to collect 100,000 naira per event. I'm like, for what? Just to serve or father rice? Said that's what she's going to collect. So I left. So one of the other guys that was there just ran and came to me and said, sir, what do you want to pay? I said, what do you? I said, if it's 5,000 brick. I said, why she can't sell that? Baba, that woman get cow. Now world record holder. I'm like, okay. So you know what I'm trying to say is that we discover, we tilt towards, we go the other way. We don't go the normal route people are following. We just want to do things differently. We want to take our time to do we don't want to jump on ideas that are existing. We want to create stuff. And you know, that's why you'd see us. We are the first to do a lot of things. A lot of things. We've catered in different parts of the world. And you know, it's because we've been able to carve that niche for ourselves. We've been able to be distinctively unique in what we do. And that's still who we are.
Please put your hands together for this amazing branding juggernaut. So, I mean, all of what you know you do, and some of the stories you've told today, I'm sure that a lot of businesses are learning how to be authentic, but also how to be original with the ideas that they come up with. But I think that you cannot properly brand your business if you do not understand what your business is or who you are as a person. You can't brand yourself or your business. So identity is very important. So that takes me back to your identity. with Ofada. When I was reading your bio, I was like, wait, wake up. This man has Ofada in his blood. Please help me understand how your father was the first man to plant Ofada rice.
Great-grandfather.
Your great-grandfather was the first.
Farmer, Ofada rice farmer.
So what is Ofada rice? How did they find the plant or whatever? And did you grow up eating Ofada rice? And is there a special way you prepare your own Ofada rice that is different from the way Ofada rice is done elsewhere?
Okay, so there's a lot of misconception when it comes to Ofada rice and the sauce. Once you say Ofada rice, it automatically carries the sauce. The rice is the rice, and the sauce is the sauce. But fortunately for me, I'm from Ofada, where the rice is from. My mom is from Ikperu. That's where the sauce originated from. So I'm a full breed Ofada boy. I'm a full breed Ofada boy. Now let's go to the rice. How did my great-grandfather become the first Ofada rice farmer? That's a long story, but I'm just going to be very quick with it. I'm from Abeokuta, but every Abeokuta indigene, we all have farms. The farm is like where they go to work. They own the place, and Abeokuta is where the family house is. So we were part of the first settlers, people to settle in Ofada. Ofada is just around Redemption Camp. I know a lot of people know it, Obafemi Owode. And there's a lot of story. My grandfather was taken as a slave. He did this, he did that. That's his own side of the story. And it's pronounced. My family, they are the Omoniles in Ofada. They are the ones selling the land. And one of my things my dad tried to do when we were growing up, because he was a little more Western, he went to China and brought some Chinese people to look into the Ofada rice, how we can make it a bit more popular. Then the smell was intense. It wasn't even something.
It wasn't pleasant or
palatable.
palatable.
It wasn't pleasant. It wasn't even something people wanted to relate with. Ofada rice was more like the last thing anybody would eat in a party, because it was adventurous all through, from one stone to one smell to something. So my dad brought the Chinese guy, and he then they set up the Ofada. That's what they call the Ofada sons and daughters for the indigenes. And the whole village revolted and said, no, the Chinese people will steal their land. And why they did all that was because they wanted to sell. If you go to Ofada now, it's now more like Badore. They've sold all the lands. They don't grow rice there again. And that was what my dad was, kicking against. And that thing pained my dad, and he never waited. He just left Ofada, and he was a pharmacist and went into his business. So when he passed on, maybe he passed on the baton to me. It just came naturally. It wasn't what I planned. I didn't look at it his own way. But a lot of things came along the line that my uncles would say, this thing you're doing, your father wanted to do it. This thing you're doing, your father wanted to do it. Because, at a point in time, and okay, let me tell you, we have a restaurant too. And, the restaurant too came about. We started the restaurant in a very funny way. When we started the catering business, after some years, I just graduated then. So when I wake up in the morning, because my dad had just passed on, all my friends were staying with me to console me. So when we finished school, everybody would stay in my house and go to work from my house. So before I wake up in the morning, all my friends are gone. By 9, they'll now be calling me, Josonje, we're on our way. What's happening? So, I did that for like 6 months, and I knew in my mind that I was running, there was something worrying me. I had to be going somewhere too. So we got a space just for the sake of going out. I just wanted to be leaving the house. And after a while, when we got the space, my friends would come there after work. I would have cooked, and I just thought, won't we start making money from this thing that we're doing, family, and that was how we gave birth to the Ofada Boy restaurant. And from then till now, we've made Ofada Boy and household name. We've grown authentically and organically, and one of the things that we've tried to do is to make it a relatable brand. So if you come to the restaurant, people come and see me and they ask questions, and you're ready to answer a lot of the questions. because you're not a middleman. And that's one of the things I tell people going into the food business. You need to understand your business from end to end. You need to be able to discover the fact that your business is you. If you own a business, a food business, I'm not saying the Mr. Biggs and the Swiss, those are babas. We give it to them. But if you're starting a food business, your business has to be extremely relatable. And people need to understand that this business that you're into is something you understand on 100.
Now, when it came to branding your business, did it come to you in a dream with regards to the colors you were going to use, the name, what ways you were going to, reach out to your clients? How did all that happen? And what is the advice you can give to young businesses about like being authentic but successful in branding their business?
Okay, so internet is good, but internet waters down our capacity. If you have a new business, what I advise new people to do is put internet aside, sleep, wake, and write what you need to do for your business. Create a strategy for your business. Then the internet and you can software enhance what you've done. But once you have a business and you start to look for ideas online, it waters down who you really are, what you can do with your business. And branding is not something for a lot of new businesses. Branding is expensive, but if you make branding your lifestyle, it becomes a way of life. It becomes something you do without even you won't know your brand. You're branding yourself. You just do it effortlessly. And to a lot of business owners, new business owners, there are a lot of ways you can brand yourself. And I see a lot of food businesses, and I find it difficult for you to tell me the name of your business, and I need to ask you what you do. Do you understand? If you're doing a food business, look for a way to drag in some sort of food or some sort of thing into the food, into your name that speaks what you do, so that wherever you are. Now, we started with your father rice because we did it so well. We now serve Chinese, we serve all those things on the side. But we're still stuck to that father rice story. And if you do something so well, a lot of people will just come to you. I don't want too many caterers. Can you do? Because I tell people the same pot that I'll use to make a forero is the same pot that I'll use to make some other kind of continental or some other type of meal. My pot never complains. So, you need to be able to make, it's just a lifestyle. Whatever you do, you need to, then a lot of new business owners, you need to also look for a way to engage people organically. What do I mean? A lot of people in the food space, you just want to live your life. You don't support people. You have a friend doing a party, for example, you're just there as a guest. If you go there and you see that there's some kind of slow service in the food space, and you go there, let me help you serve, people would know in somewhere in their head that when I was in the university, I didn't even have a place that I was staying. I stayed in friends' houses. They would invite me over because they know I can cook jagba. So I'm in their house for a period of time. I'll cook. Once I see that my stay is becoming long overdue, I'll move to another friend's house. All my toothbrush, my shirt, everything is always in my back, ready to move anytime. Once I reach my friend's house like this, they know, say, I can. Then I always go to some places towards the end of the semester when I know it's just gari, toothpaste, yam that they have, no atagigo, no nothing, but I'll conjure something out. And it was very easy for my friends to key into the fact that I now sell food because I've done it effortlessly for free. So, and they are the ones now fighting. There's no party in their houses that I don't cater for, because I've done my free days. Now, do you understand? So you need to learn to be supportive. Free things matter. You might think that on low meaning, there's a lot of derivation in the mentality. There's a lot of things, but you need to be able to render those services effortlessly. And the sky, they say, is the starting point.
All right, let's just it's just a little bit. We just segue. Where did you learn how to cook, and where did you grow up, please?
So my story is very funny. So my brand is all about my lifestyle, how I grew up. I lost my mom when I was very young, around 10, and there was a lot of pressure on my dad to remarry. Fortunately or unfortunately, one of the days they had a family meeting with my dad, that they were having the conversation. I was there, and my dad was arguing with my uncle. Why do I need to marry? I have boys, I have girls. What do I need again? And and the only thing that can make me marry again is in my own jeje. If I don't get good food, that's the only thing. And I'm like, that good food, me I go drown for you. Don't go marry anything, And that was how unknowingly I started cooking. So my dad made it easier for me, because when my dad comes back from work, my dad wouldn't buy biscuits sweet. My dad would buy raw pepper, onion, fish, all those things. Because he had a pharmacy in Mushin, and most of his patients were pepper sellers. So some will even have money for drugs. They'll just say, Daddy, butter, or for me. So every day my dad would bring something to the house. And there was a time that things were not really fine. So our fridge was bad. So if my dad brings pepper, I had to cook it
there.
Do you understand? So I cooked every day. And when I went to the boarding school, I continued that cooking. My seniors would send me to go and cook, which wasn't allowed. So if they catch me, my dad too went to my secondary school. I went to Abeokuta Grammar School. So my dad would come to the school. They'll call him on land phone then. He'll come to the school and say, what happened? Say, I was caught cooking. And, they said, okay, they suspended me. But because my dad is an alumni, they're an old student, they said, okay, they should waive the suspension and just punish me. My dad said, no, I suspended. Because my dad wants me to go and cook at home. So I did it every day for my dad. And when it got to the point of his funeral, it was easy for my siblings to say that this man, maybe not even you cook where you kill him. So it was easy for my siblings, because I'm the youngest, and it was easy for them to give me that opportunity to cater for my dad. And that's why I'm saying the responsibility of new business owners. You need to be responsible, because people wouldn't put some kind of, nobody wants you to use their party to do experiments. Do you understand? Nobody wants you to test run with their party. But some people would look at you and they would understand that this guy just needs a little bit of push. And that's because you've been showing workings from time to time. So if it's something you've done free, pro bono, you've supported people, they'll just say, oh, yeah, food, yeah, go coach a barbecue, found Remy. And from there, you don't know who would pick your stuff, and you start that way. So
Wow. I'm learning and hearing so much from you.
There's a lot you can achieve just being you. There's a lot you can achieve. Just living your life, and just supporting and helping people. I've helped a lot of people doing food and all that, and that's what has helped us thus far.
I've heard a lot of things you've said, and two things that stand out. Number one, especially for young, small business owners, or aspiring food business owners, they must be able to show that they must be able to give service in that food industry.
Apart from even the service, once people understand that you're in this to make money, they'll
peel out.
Will not engage you.
So it's not about the money.
Do you understand? So you need to let people know that you need to let people know that you're just helping them to make their event a success. Do you understand? Because let me not lie to you, it's normal human nature. Once they know that you're
truly passionate about it.
Do you understand?
they
So,
would be more open to giving you a chance. And second thing I can also hear from you is that branding shouldn't just be a means to an end to create a, should I say, a name or a name of a business or a look and feel of a business. It's more about expression of who you truly are, an expression of your identity, and I think that that's what you've done very well. With your experience in this and doing it for 13 years, what makes a brand compelling to a customer?
Okay. I think to me it's the originality. You just need to be original. You can make so much buzz online, so much things, hula bala and all that, but the only thing about when it comes to food, you can do that for fashion, you can do that for a lot of other brands, but when it comes to food, the tongue will tell. Do you understand? So no matter how much of, at a point in time, a Father Boy was so big, I just walk on the road and I'm like, see a Father Boy, I'm like, no be me. I'm working for somebody. And that's one of the mistakes a lot of people still make. When you start a new business, don't be in a hurry to put CEO on your card. Do you understand? Go for presentations and say, I saw somebody told me about you. Go there and let the person believe you were sent there, even if you own the business. Let it be in the client's head somewhere that there's a structure to this business. Because, a lot of people will put you at a point where you, should be now you now. When they know you are the one to determine a lot of things, they'll put you on the outset. And the moment you step out, you now look at, why is it Mogbasheng? Why did I do that? It's because you projected yourself as the beginning and the end of your business. So a lot of times you need to just go as an undercover staff, even if you own the. Yeah, if not for the recently that a lot of brands have started, association with me and using me for brand ambassadors and all. You come to my restaurant, I would serve you, I would do my thing, I would live my life. The owner of the business comes after, maybe when I get back home. But there I'm just a worker. And that's one of the things I want a lot of business owners to emulate. Leave that bossy part aside. Your business card, put project manager. Nobody's dragging that business with you. You own it. But stop giving the people the impression of who you are. You need money or Miami. You need money. You understand? Don't be in a hurry. Don't be in a hurry. And why I'm saying all this is because I want to be as relatable as possible. I want it to sing because, my story is peculiar to me alone. I know how I've been able to grow my business and that's how I want you all to look at it and grow your business. You need to be genuine with yourself. Thank you.
All right. So I will be opening this session to the floor now. Are there any questions from the floor? Anybody wants to ask a question? Okay, one here. And
hello, good evening, everybody. Thank you for your story. It's very, very relatable. I learned a lot of things. So, what I really want to ask, I wanted to come and meet you to ask you one-on-one, but here you are on the stage. It's like you gave us a lecture and a lifeline. Do you accept mentees, and can you mentor somebody that is just coming up in the business?
That's what I live my life for. Mentoring someone it could be very time taking, but we do that. I do that from time to time. I have people that that I mentor online, offline. We just look for a way to make things happen, and it's something I do. Once you're not too choky, we would run, because I can be here today and be in Abuja tomorrow. And some people can be very possessive. They can be very demanding. Shebi, you said I'll see you. Baba, no verse, I don't go. But it's something I do, I live every day doing. So, we can make it happen.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff. He has a question, please.
Hi, good evening.
Good evening.
So, I'm an further enthusiast.
Thank you.
For a while, I've asked the same question. We have parboiled rice all over the world. However, Ofada rice itself has not been able to export itself in large quantity, owing to some certain reasons. Due to the mechanization of the rice itself is not yet in process. Like, we can produce more or large quantity, and that is what I would appreciate, because the malting qualities and the qualities the rice itself has one of the brand and power to be one of the #1 grain in the world. And I feel, as a big personality in the field, you should shed more light in this and let it go bigger and let it get better.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, so back to the Ofada rice being one of the best rice in the world. We have some years ago where I traveled and I went to the African market, and I asked the woman selling, I think she was Lebanese or something. I asked her, there were different types of grains there, so I asked her for Ofada rice, and she showed me some type of rice that's Ofada rice, and I'm like, no, that I know Ofada rice, that I want to buy Ofada rice. And she said, that's what African buy, Ofada rice and all that. I'm like, no. She then said, so I saw that she was getting agitated, so I calmed down. Then I asked her, Ofada rice, Nigeria, Ofada. And she said, Indian rice, Ofada rice, the same. So I knew at that point that if we don't make so much noise about this rice, they are going to steal it and they are going to take over the rice, just like they've taken over a lot of things that we own. And that was what gave birth to the Ofada Rice Festival. I don't know if you've heard of the Ofada Rice Festival. It's the biggest indigenous rice festival in Africa. And the only reason why we did that, the motto of Ofada Rice Festival is Ofada to the world. If we need the world to know about it, the Europeans, the Westerners are very inquisitive. They want to know why there's this hashtag, what's trending on Twitter, and what's happening. And that's why we started Ofada Rice to the World. And we did that in partnership with the Lagos State Ministry of Agriculture. Dealing with a lot of farmers and understanding what their plights are, what their challenges are, and why is what happening. And there was a documentary we did one of the times, and I found out, I was talking with one of the farmers, and he told me his bag of rice then was maybe 25,000. And it was a farming community. And I told the man that I had seen this rice for 21,000. He said, I go there and buy them now. I said, no, now your own I won't buy, because I saw the quality in it, but I didn't understand what was happening. So me as who I am again, waiting the apple, my brother, tell me that. So then I found out that some farmers actually sell the rice cheaper because there's like 2 kg of sand inside it. Do you understand? So they sell it weighs more because of the sand, and they just sell it out. So I knew at that point that we had to reorientate these people, that you can actually make this thing more edible and increase the price. People would buy. But just don't don't be quick to make money and do stuff out of it. So we did that, and we've been able, in fact, we got to a time that we're trying to have a conversation with the government so that, when you see Ofada rice, the one in packs, there will be sort of a seal that will show that it's gone through the right standard and process. And, we also left that, we went to the smell part. Why is your rice smelling this much? Kilo shele baba, kilo. So, that's another thing, is just a lackadaisical attitude on some farmers. It's over fermentation. Some soak the rice and they leave it for days, for weeks, and it becomes fermented and the smell becomes foul. So, all the things are things that you need to engage with. They train these guys, but they train them in English. They just come say plenty. You need to let it be relatable. And that's what we've been doing. So outside of the rice, we've been doing this one-on-one canvassing, conversation, and we'll get there with everybody's efforts. We'll make it happen. So I'm also using this opportunity to invite everybody for the Ofada Rice Festival. It's for you to come and see Ofada rice in different forms. We have the continental Ofada, the oriental Ofada. We're just trying to make people understand that you don't need to marry Ofada and the sauce together. You can use your Ofada to cook your jollof rice, fried rice, and it has its own fantastic taste. And that is what the festival is about, and that is what we're trying to do. We say Ofada to the world. Thank you.
Wow. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for this man. Thank you so much, Mr. Toby. I think we've come to the end of this session. We've learned so much from you, and we want to also say thank you for all that you're doing.
Thank you.
And I dare say that your father will be proud of you.
I hope so, because I was stubborn.
Thank you very much. Please put your hands together for him.
Okay, so I have a popular dance. I don't know if anybody knows it, but I want everybody to stand up. I'm just going to teach you briefly. Okay? Give us from the beginning. Where's the DJ? So let me just run it first before we then sit down. So you go like this. I'm sure a lot of people would have seen the video, but you wouldn't know it's me. I'm sorry, I'm the one. So you go like this. You go like this. You go back, forth, then you pause. So give me the song. Let me dance it for
Sorry,
you.
1 minute, 1 minute, just before we go into that, because right after that you're going to go.
Yeah.
On behalf of Orda.africa,
Yes.
you mentioned that you're open to mentoring.
Yes.
So we have 5 businesses that came out here to pitch. Okay. And one is going to be leaving with 1 million naira as selected by the judges. Are you open to mentoring the winner of that pitch, the business?
Yeah, apart from mentoring, you would also give you a stall at your father festival.
Hey!
Express yourself. That's why we want to see you grow. We want to push you, and let's do it.
Thank you, Toby. All right, let's go. Please, your music.
Let's do it. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Oh my God.
Woo! DJ's okay.
Please put your hands together again for Toby Fletcher. Are you guys enjoying yourselves? Are you learning? Do you feel the growth coming? The growth for your businesses? Do you feel it coming? Do you feel the energy? Right. I'm excited. That's why people in the world say information is power. It is the information that you have at your disposal that will give you the ability to grow, to make the right decisions for growth. So we're going into the last panel session now, and we're going to be speaking with a professional who's going to be teaching us about growing your business with food aggregators. Our final panelist, Mr. Femi, is the co-founder and CEO of Chowdek. He was a former principal engineer at Paystack, an African payments company acquired by Stripe in 2020. When he started at Paystack in 2017, he was responsible for building the core payment infrastructure for multiple payment methods. Chowdek is on a mission to empower restaurants like yours in Africa to deliver meals to customers anywhere and anytime. Part of their unique offering is to restaurants listed on their marketplace to help them grow. Ladies and gentlemen, Please welcome Mr. Femi. Oh boy. You look like a tech boy. You look techie. How they look? Sweatpants. Your hair is, dreadlocks. Is nice, and then your T-shirt. So please just introduce in your words. Let us know what Child Deck is about.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Yeah. So in one sentence, Child Deck is basically like an on-demand food delivery service that empowers restaurants to deliver. So because it's a delivery service, like I said, like there are 3 sides to the marketplace. We have restaurants. We continuously help restaurants grow. We started in January, and then we've seen a lot of restaurants grow over 100% month on month. And then one of our biggest restaurants is actually here. When it started in January, it was doing around 1 million, 2 million every month. I was checking the numbers before I came to talk about it, and it did 12 million naira last month.
Whoa! Wait.
Yeah.
Sir?
12 million naira. Yeah.
From 1 million.
Yeah, from 1 million in January. Yeah.
In January.
Yes.
So it's just taking how long? 8 months.
10, 11 months. Yeah.
I could do this business. So.
Yeah. And that's for the restaurant side. For riders, we constantly employ riders. Just it's a personal mission for me, because seeing just how Nigeria just keeps getting bad every time, taking boys out from the streets to just deliver meals and earn very decent living. We have a lot of riders that started some didn't even have houses before. And then we have cases where some of them are staying 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom. Our riders are literally one of the richest. There's an inside joke in Child Deck that the average Child Deck rider earns more than the Nigerian policeman. Yeah. So sorry, any policeman here, please, I'm just joking. I'm just joking. Yeah.
That's amazing. From 1 million to 12 million.
Yeah.
So, but why did you come into this space? Why did you think that it was important? Because I'm sure that you weren't the first aggregator or the first business to come into the aggregator space. Why did you think yours was going to be different? What makes Child Deck different from the rest?
Yeah. So 2 years ago, I never believed I was going to be running a food delivery business. That's the first answer. But it came very, very randomly during the peak of the pandemic.
Wow. Wait, hold up. So you're just 2 years old?
Child Deck is actually 1 year old. Or rather, we started in January, so we'll be 1 year old in we are 11 months old basically. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So yes, you were saying.
Yeah. So I had COVID. I was supposed to. Then I was the principal engineer at Paystack. So I was supposed to travel to Dubai to help onboard a number of the new engineers that Paystack had employed. So I had COVID. My result came out on the 31st of December. So on the 1st of January, I couldn't see my parents, I couldn't see my loved ones and everyone. So I tried to try to order food from popular vendors I used to order food from. And then everyone was saying that today's a public holiday, we don't deliver food. I'm I don't understand. How would you run an essential service that doesn't do delivery on the 1st of January? Yeah, so after I recovered from COVID, I started talking to a number of restaurants. I spoke to Korede Spaghetti because I used to be a fan of Korede. By the way, he's also on Orda.africa. I spoke to Korede at the time. I got Korede wasn't telling me what I wanted to hear, so I bought 2 bikes and handed it over to Korede. Let me just see what this problem is. Why can't you guys deliver every day consistently? And then for 3 months, we just studied the problem, trying to understand exactly what the problem is. And then because I used to be a principal engineer, it was easy to just decompose the problem and just translate it into a technical solution. So we built the first version of the app towards November, but I was so afraid to push it out because it just felt I didn't know anything about what was going to happen. Then this guy, King Lab, is here, King Lab, yeah. Then King Lab jumped on the app and was he has a problem with delivery, that he's always having issues with delivery riders. He doesn't know how to, his biggest problem is delivery. And he just one day tweeted about the app that order for your food with Child Deck. That day we got so many downloads. That day we got over 60 orders, 60 deliveries to do that day. And then it was just chaos. And then from then, it just started growing continuously. And I was yeah, I found myself in the business. Let's get a business name. Let's get all of this. So I spoke to a number of people to just how do I register the business? How do we just become official, but it was totally like accidental. Like I didn't really plan to like build, and I was still living in Paystack, where I was building Child Deck initially, and then I just spoke to Shola. Shola is the co-founder of Paystack. That Omo Baba, like this thing is getting bigger than I anticipated. Like I really need to leave, and then I just left Paystack to focus fully on Child Deck. Yeah.
Wow. This is amazing because you have like clients that are in the room, and it's real stories and real like testimonies. And how many clients does Child Deck have now?
So right now we have 126 restaurants, vendors, that deliver food with Yaba, Surulere, and Ikeja. But
So what is the value of food aggregators to restaurants?
Yeah. So the way I like to describe it is that like we have so many restaurants competing for the same set of customers. So we have a lot of restaurants, like everyone, like I think the lady from Smoothie Express was saying that like you have to define what your branding looks like. Like you want to start a new restaurant today, the amount of things you have to do to just ensure that like you are visible or can be seen is a lot. Yeah. So for food aggregators, what they do is that like we take you onto our platform, we expose you to a lot of customers. Like just ensure that your food is sweet. Your food is sweet because like it's how do I phrase it? Like if your food is not like the message spreads very fast. So we've had I think the biggest problem we also experience with food aggregators is that they have so much demand and they're not able to meet up. Like in the early days, like I learned how to fry chips. Like I learned how to fry chips because when King Lab was having so much demand and then he just did not have enough people to like meet up with the demand. Like I would literally go to the restaurant, like teach me how to fry chips. Like I would fry chips, like my riders would also fry chips. Like that's how much we had so much demand and people could not just like they could not just meet up with like the amount of demand that they expect. So it exposes you to like to a wide range of customers because we have like customers that are constantly like exploring, like they want to see stuff, like I think when I was speaking to one of the restaurants, like they were like, one restaurant cannot, like as much as Yaba is known for pasta, I don't know if you know, like Yaba and spaghetti are like this. Like a lot of people like spaghetti in Yaba, but like we have like over like 20 spaghetti vendors in Yaba, and on the average, like the average one still does like at least 20 deliveries every day. So like it's like we have a wide range of customers. People have different things that they care about, and then because of how we communicate these things on our app, your allergies, everything that you need to see is available for the customer to make like an informed choice. Like you're exposed to a wide range of customers. Like you get your meals delivered also very quickly. Like to the best of my knowledge, I think we are the fastest food delivery like aggregator like in Nigeria. We deliver like, our average delivery time is 24 minutes. So like it happens like very like. There's even a joke that like before the customer like decides on what they want to order, like Child Deck already knows what you want to eat. Yeah. So you are like literally like for like I think for food businesses it's important for them to understand that like food aggregators like expose you to a wide range of customers. And thankfully there are a lot of food aggregators, like there's Child Deck, there's Bolt Food, there's G-Share, there's a lot of people that would like literally like just be willing to like take your businesses on their platform and expose you to their wide range of customers.
So for businesses that are here, I'm sure that there are a lot of people, light bulbs are coming on, it's ticking. Yeah. The clock is ticking for some people in their minds. Run us through the seamless model of how a business can use Orda.africa and Child Deck to have a successful business, food business.
Yeah. So basically the beautiful thing about like Child Deck and Orda.africa, like Orda.africa is basically your operating system for your restaurant. So we have also realized that like Orda.africa has also made our life even better. Because like we usually like have like a number of like, initially when we launched, we used to have like a lot of problems. Like when restaurants run out of stock, when items no longer exist like on the restaurants, but like because things are happening so fast, it's the same person that is dishing the food that is also struggling to like understand like what their current inventory is, like how much they should make an order. So the ideal like architecture for a restaurant is that like the restaurant like uses Orda.africa like for their point of sale, like for their like infrastructure basically to power their everything they need to ensure that like they can succeed as a business, and then just use food aggregators or business like Child Deck to just run deliveries, which is what like most of our businesses like operate today. Like they have like their integration with Orda.africa to like just ensure that like they are able to like sort out their inventory and everything, and then they now use businesses like food aggregators like Child Deck and Bolt and the likes to just deliver meals.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So if somebody wants to have an online business, do they have to have a website, or they can just on board on Child Deck and use Orda.africa as their
Yeah,
payment?
yeah. So I guess I believe food businesses should cook, and then like
You guys will do the rest.
yeah, just cook your.
So they just need to just say, Chowdek, we have food.
Yeah, your only job is just to ensure your food is sweet.
Hey.
Like just cook. Like yeah, your food has to be sweet.
Omo.
That's your only job. Like everybody is there to just ensure that like you're able to like get customers. But
And that will be any 12 million a month. If my food is sweet. Me and you, we need to talk.
it has to be sweet consistently.
Consistently.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so in Kenya,
Yeah.
what other countries is Chowdek in?
So Chowdek is 11 months old.
Okay,
But, yeah,
so you're just
we are
basically in Nigeria
In
now.
Nigeria, yeah.
Oh.
But we have plans to expand to other countries, yeah.
All right.
But like in 2023.
And fun fact is that in Kenya, 75% of restaurants are on food aggregators.
Yes.
But in Nigeria, we have only 5%.
Yes.
Why do you think that is?
Yeah, I was also surprised when I found that out that like a lot of because before
And they're on Netflix. They are chilling.
Like we have
They have internet too.
Yes.
They have data. Okay. They are watching YouTube,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I think someone like hinted it, but like right now, the way people think about restaurants and distribution in Nigeria / Africa is like they are just the big boys, like the UACs, the Mr. Bigs and all that can like that have like that have their own. They have done the work. You understand, to ensure that like their meals are distributed. But for like the SMEs that are like coming up, like they don't have that platform. Like how much do they literally have to like run their food business, ensure that like they're able to do distribution? And sadly in Nigeria we have so many SMEs, so many food businesses. Like on Chowdek, the amount of street food restaurants, like our current in terms of like big and small restaurants, like we have like 85% of our restaurants like street food businesses. Like a lot of street food businesses are on Chowdek. And then because we are also able to guarantee that like you would get like a lot of orders, like your delivery comes in very timely. Like we don't also spend money on trying to like advertise to this restaurant because restaurants talk to themselves. They're like, I'm a Chowdek, and then I was at the wedding on Saturday, and then it was one of our restaurants. It was even the one doing wedding. Yeah, it was doing his wedding on Saturday, and there were a bunch of like restaurant partners, and then a lot of them were like, oh, like this guy has money, blah blah blah. Like, it's Chowdek, and then like 3 or 4 of them signed up like that Sunday, that Saturday, and then they went live on Tuesday. And then the first one that went live on Tuesday, like I was looking at his other accounts, like he did 35 deliveries on Thursday. And then it was like, shit, like basically he has been telling himself like for a while, yeah. And then my sense just from like the last 11 months of like running Chowdek has been that like a lot of food businesses like has found it difficult like to come online, largely because like they believe like it has to be like it's a very long process, or like they would get cheated, or like they would have problem with reconciliation. But thankfully, like we have been able to solve all of these things effortlessly, because like our initial first set of restaurants like told us exactly what they wanted. Like they wanted blah blah blah, and then we legit like built our product like around what these restaurants like wanted. So we have seen an uptick in number of like street food businesses come online.
And what do you think it would take to get more Nigerian restaurants, food businesses on your platform?
So it's multifaceted. I think the first thing is just basically like, I don't know, download our app and register. Like we are not what's the word? We don't discriminate basically. Like we have like a lot of like businesses on our platform. Whatever you sell, like people like Feed Farm, like anything you sell, basically like you literally like you're able to like move your business from like 0 to 100 like in a few hours. Sometimes it takes as long as days. Like, and the days is because of you're trying to like upload your pictures or upload like all of those things on the platform. But like in terms of like just starting from 0 to 100, like download the app, like we don't even interact with you until it's time for you to go live, and then we activate your business. We send like a quality assurance officer to just come check your restaurant to just confirm that like you actually like legit have a restaurant, and then you don't want to use us for like money laundering or like any of these things that people do. Yeah, but like in terms of like just like this thing like register in a few like usually it takes like a few minutes to like get like the first confirmation, and then it's now left for you to like decide like you want to upload your menu. What do you have? Those things usually take like between like a few hours, sometimes a few days if you have a lot of menu item. And then usually if you're not also if you're not also tech savvy, like we also have a support line that you can call, and then like they walk you through the process. They ask you specific questions. What do you sell? Like blah blah blah. Send me your pictures on WhatsApp. Like all of those things, and then we just onboard you to our platform.
Omo,
Guys, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Oh my God, you are thinking it, Abby? Okay. So I'm going to open the session to the floor now. Are there any questions? All right, so we have two guys here who want to ask questions. Real quick.
Yeah, so I'm Roland by name. I manage Jollof Hub. So first things first, my question is, how effective is Chow Deck on the island? Because I have a space on the island and I partner with Bold Food, Jumia, and Orda.africa as well. Then secondly, a lot of startups have this, what would I call it? This sweet sales strategy like you're doing now. I must say, you're a good salesman. I commend you for that. But the truth is, are you really sure what you're saying? Like, this exposure we are going to get? Because
sorry,
no.
It's one of our restaurants, so I feel like me saying myself like.
Is your guy?
Okay, look, okay. Okay. No, so I don't.
As your guy, I can always want to sell your product. But what I want right now is you giving me that assurance that, okay, yes, this is my product. I really don't have to hype it.
So I think the first question is like, is your food sweet?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, then you don't have anything to worry about.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Well, good.
Yeah. Also, sorry, you asked two questions for the island bit of things. Yeah, we'll be making announcement that we are now on the island on Monday. So I think you have from now till Monday to just like be part of the announcement. Yeah. So that's the first bit. And thank you for complimenting me as a salesman. I'm actually an engineer. Yeah, but it works. Yeah.
So first, I just want to add this on top. So how do you bring visibility to every vendor on Chowdeck? Because for example, on Apple Music, and I think that also ties into like the way Apple Music makes money, and these apps make money. But spotlighting businesses or features, sometimes it's when you open YouTube Music or Apple Music, you just see spotlighting Adekunle Gold for the week, or Apple's top 10 best music. I mean, maybe 100,000 songs have been uploaded that week, but they will only take 10 and spotlight that these are the best. But some of those things are paid for by the artists, and that brings revenue to the brand. But what are the ways that? And I think I think it's very important for businesses to jump now, because I know it's a different business model from when you have 100 clients to 200 clients. It's different from when you have 1,000 people on Chowdeck. You can't spotlight everybody, and right there, when it comes to oversaturation, people are spoiled for choice. They're going to be like, who do we select? But for now, what are the ways you actually spotlight and make sure that every client of yours is seen?
Yeah, so for us, there's multiple ways. Like the first thing we always like bank on Chowdeck is quality. Yeah, usually it takes like 3 to 4 meals for us to like have data points on whether this restaurant is a good restaurant or not. Yeah, and what that means for us is that like we have different sections on our app. We have a section we call like featured restaurants. We have a section we call like handpicked for you, because we have like built-in algorithms that like based on users' feeding habits, we can predict or like recommend like meals that we believe like specific users are gonna like. Yeah, so we have all of those different sections that we spotlight different restaurants on. That's the first way. And then like I said, like if you like your first few orders, you consistently keep having bad ratings. When I mean bad ratings, like somebody eats your food and like.
So if peradventure your food is not sweet.
Exactly.
You will know.
Yeah, you will know. And then like that's like the first bit.
Because
like,
you don't even choose.
Yeah,
the algorithm chooses from the reviews and the ratings from real people.
Exactly. So like it just keeps going continuously. And then we also like find situations where like a restaurant like that was doing very good initially, and then when they have so much demand, they begin to compromise on quality. And what that means in reality is that like maybe the rice is not longer like it's half done, or like like a bunch of different things that I can't mention. But like you hear all of those things when they have a lot of orders, because every food business wants to like get like good supply, like good demand rather. But like when that demand comes, like are they well equipped to like handle that part of the business? Yeah. So we also ensure like, but when they are at that stage, they are probably already big enough for like us to also work with them to like how can we improve your efficiency? Like what do you need to do to get better and all of those things? Yeah. So that's like the first bit. The second bit is that like we are also very active online, like a lot of digital channels. Like we actually spotlight a lot of restaurants on our, like we do targeted ads for different restaurants. So like Instagram ads, we are also quite we are also quite good on Twitter, Twitter, Instagram. Recently we also like we blew on TikTok. So TikTok has now become one of our like distribution mechanism for like restaurants. And then thirdly, like once restaurants like also get to the point where they're like or newer restaurants are like their food is sweet, but they also don't like they have not gotten that amount of coverage yet. We do like specific videos for them, like videos we push the restaurant out. They talk about their story, their journey.
So you take on some of that burden of marketing some of those. And do they pay for it? Is it totally free?
No. So we charge the restaurants per delivery.
Okay.
Yeah. So that is already factored into the charges that we charge to the restaurants. Okay. Yeah. Cool. But like the fundamental things are like your food has to be sweet.
That's it. Okay. Now, final question, please. Yes.
Evening, I'm Kim Buffalo, and a few days ago I hear about Chadex to many of my customers, and when I try to come near you people, I try to register through your app, but it was not what I was expected. And later, a few days later, a lady, maybe your colleague, called me to tell me that they are not in our area. And my question is, when soon can you be over Lagos?
What's your area, please?
Akuonjo.
Akuonjo. So you're on the mainland, but I don't know if you have reached Akuonjo.
No. So so we are currently in Yaba, Ikeja, and Surulere. But over the next 3 to 6 months, like we are aggressively expanding. When I mean aggressively, like expanding like into these locations that you mentioned in. I grew up like around Igondo, so I know like that's also like it's personal for me too, because I want my mom and my dad to be able to order for food like on Chowdeck. So like that's going to be like one of like, our priority locations, because I understand that like Akawanja is like a very like huge location like on that axis. Like there's like when I mean that axis, like Egbeda, Isheri, Yanapaja, like that's also a very huge location. So over the next 3 to 6 months, we'll definitely get to Akawanja, and when we do. And when we do, restaurants that are already on the platform, that have signed up, that are from those locations, we'll reach out to them to start delivering food meals for them. But we are coming. That's the short answer, yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much, Femi. We've come to the end of the session and the end of the panel sessions. We're going to be having, a little bit of, should I tell you people who the winner is? Should I tell you who's winning the 1 million? Okay, so we're going to be having a product demo session in a bit from an Orda.africa staff, but also the announcement of who the 1 million naira winner is, the business. But for now, we want to say thank you to Femi. How many of you learned so much from this? And how many of you are thinking what I'm thinking? How many of you are thinking what I'm thinking? Okay, just at the end of the day, let your food be what? Thank you. All right, so we're going to be going real quick into the next item on the program, because first of all, we want to, announce the winner, and also we want to go into dance. You understand? Have you guys had lunch? This is a lot. They've had lunch, right? So we don't need a lunch break. Awesome. So right now I'll be introducing or calling up on stage Mr. Kunle from Orda.africa. He is the Chief Product Officer for Orda, and he will be coming to present to us a product demo session. Please put your hands together for him as he makes his way. Kunle. Hey.
Low-key, all of them done the noses. And not joking. All my guys, them know me.
Oh yeah, dance, dance, dance.
So
Hey.
sweet, I've been
No,
writing
no, no,
this
no, no, no.
story.
Hey.
Good afternoon, everybody. It's been a long day, but I can assure you this won't take too long. Basically, what we want to do is show you what our platform can do, you know, based on what has been discussed today by our panelists, from how to keep a rein on your expenses, your inventory management, how to do it properly. We're also going to look at how you can understand what is happening within your business, right? We will show you how you can be very creative with your menu so that you can have different pricing across different order channels, and we'll show you what that means. We'll also show you how you can leverage our platform to integrate with multiple food aggregators like Bolt Food and also Glovo and hopefully Chowdeck in the coming weeks. Let's start. Let's give us a minute to set up the screen. Okay, while they're setting that up, please know that if you have questions about how the platform works, or if you are, one of our partners already using it and you have like suggestion on how we can make it better, you can just, raise your hand and ask. Please give him the.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Victor. I'm representing Jollof Hub. Yeah. Your microsite. Sometimes when we have orders coming, it has a special sound that comes with it.
Yes.
But you have to be online. You have to keep your tab on before you get those sounds. Sometimes if your tab is off, like on Jumia now, even if your phone is closed, once you have an order, it kicks in. But there it doesn't. So I don't know.
Okay, so for that, I don't know if you've updated to the new Android POS app. So the Android POS app today also has order management. What that means is that because it's an app, even when your phone is asleep, it can still ring out and wake you up. So we have actually fixed that. That has been a feedback we've been getting, and it's been fixed now. So just update your app, and you shouldn't have problems with that. Any other questions or feedback?
Low-key, all of them done they notice. I'm not joking. All my guys, them know me. Since '06, I've been writing this story. I know be OG, but if you ask them know me. I know they blow trees, so you know me lonely. Music chose me, just know this and know this. I get low-key, but I'm never lonely. Sexy ladies, come wine for me slowly.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening.
Okay, so what are the criteria to join Orda.africa and how much?
Okay, criteria to join. Do you have a restaurant? Do you have a food business? That is all we need. If you have that, we have an onboarding team who will speak with you and help you onboard on our system. In terms of money, we don't like talking about money because that's not the most important thing for us. What is most important for us is to ensure that you are getting value from our platform, right? That our platform is actually helping your business grow, right? In terms of subscription, I believe right now it's like 5,000 Rand per month, So that's about it. And what you get for that 5,000 is a lot. And we'll show you some of those things once we can get this screen to work. So if you can just, I'm sure a salesperson or onboarding person will probably reach out to you very soon to onboard you. Oh, great. Okay. Just wait for it to load.
trendybeats.com.
Oh my baby, I love this boy. Give me loving, no good on you. You see your body carry something I never understand. I must confess, your body very offensive. It is not my defense, defense, yo. I must confess, your body not my objective. It is giving me problems, problems. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight. Honey, would you stay with me as I know normal? You go there with me for life.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So I have this challenge using the Orda.africa. When I shrink something there, so for instance, usable inventory. So I want to know if when I shrink it, it goes back to add up to the total of our sales for the day.
So you're referring to inventory right now?
Yes, please.
And you're talking about inventory shrinkage. Right. So when you do an inventory shrinkage, it is removed from the usable stock quantity that you have.
Okay.
Right? So, and it gives you a report on all the shrinkage that has happened. Because what you're basically saying when you do a shrinkage is to say that this particular inventory item, we don't exactly have it in that particular store.
Okay.
Okay? So that it gives you the chance to remove it. Of course, there are access level that ensures that it's not anybody that can do that. But once you do a shrinkage like that, it removes it from, the inventory that can be used.
And it doesn't add up to the sales for the day?
No, it does not add up to the sales for the day.
Okay, so what of poor portion control?
Sorry?
Like, they give you options, right?
Yes.
Usable inventory, poor portion control, sports inventories.
Okay.
Right? So when I shrink these things, I just want to be very sure that it doesn't add up to the sales for the day.
No, it doesn't add up.
So it's just on its own, and
Exactly.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you.
And when we're talking about inventory management, we'll probably touch on that and explain it to everybody so everybody understands what you're talking about. So basically, we seem to be having some issues with the internet. So we might not be able to do like a proper walkthrough. But luckily we had recorded some other walkthrough videos that we can just go through. We'll show you what the menu management looks like, how reporting works, and also a little bit more in depth into our inventory management system, especially if you want to keep a tight rein on your finances. Can you play? So this is our menu system, right? Like everybody has been saying, Order, what we are trying to be is like an operating system for your food business. And the core of that are two things. One is your menu, basically what you're selling to your customers. And the second thing is how you now attend to those customers. Is this playing now? Yeah. So, like every menu item, you can, create new ones. Give them a name. Okay, it's live now. All right, since the internet is back. Okay, cool. So, the menu is like the base of your operation, right? You want to be very smart and strategic about it. And what does that mean? First, how do you categorize your menu items for your customers to see, right? And your customers have multiple touch points, what we call channels of interacting with your menu. They could be doing it on the microsite, right? It might be like even an interactive interface where they select the orders themselves at your location. The other people who interact with your menu is the staff themselves. Is your staff, right? So how do your staff punch in their order? How is it arranged? Beyond that, how much are you selling your items? Are you doing any promotions? Do you want to have different pricing for different channels? Because you might be selling, a particular menu item, a particular price on your microsite, and it might be cheaper when people walk in to buy it, at your location. You might want to factor in the cost of, aggregator fees to the menu item you display on Chowdeck, Global, Bolt, or even Jumia. Our menu system allows you to do that. Can you navigate to channel management? Channel visibility, yeah. So apart from creating, can you select one menu and just, a particular menu and just edit a menu item? No, just edit a menu item, any menu item that exists already. Yeah, just select any one of them. All right. So what I mean is, if you go to the channel pricing, edit channel pricing. Yeah. So for all the channels that you might be selling, a menu item, you can set up different prices. You can set up visibility also. So you can say, because we know we have some vendors who have certain things that they only sell for dining customers. All of that can be set up on our system. And the reason this is also important is if you want to have different pricing on aggregators, separate from what you have for customers who walk in to buy in your restaurant, you can do all of that from here. So that's one of the most important things about our menu management system, right? Can you navigate to dashboard? So the order system has a very robust suite of reports that can let you know how your business is doing at every single point in time. So the dashboard shows you like an initial snap view of how the business is performing. Internet is a bit slow right now. Yeah, internet issues. Anyway, while this is loading, so basically the dashboard, some of the vendors who are already using our system this is where they go to the most to understand their business. We have date filters that can go as far back as when you signed up on order, so you can see. Yeah, I think we should just play the video. I don't think the network will work. Can you reduce the volume of the thing? Yeah, so as I was saying about the dashboard, it shows you like, is this still playing? No, go ahead and play it. Yeah, so it shows you a snapshot of how your business is doing at any particular point in time. And you can go back, like I said, historical data. You can go back to the time you signed up on order. And you can see information like how people have paid you, which sales channels people are using the most to buy from you, and also how much sales you've made. We also have the transaction report that is a bit more granular that shows you every single transaction that has happened. And when we say transactions can happen from multiple channels. Transaction could have come from your microsite, could have come from the POS when people dined it. Could even have come from your own app. Maybe you have your own order app that you built before. We can also integrate with our system so that you can see the report for everything here, including orders that you've gotten through aggregator channels, right? So for example, right now you can filter by any of those channels. Either you want to look at the POS orders, or you want to look at orders from aggregators like Global Boats and Chowdeck soon. Then we have the sales report. Sales report is a different way, which is one of the things that shows that our platform is actually built for businesses here. The way we do reporting in this part of the world is we count by menu item. So most of the bookers here will count by how many meats did I sell today as against how many transactions did I do, right? Our sales report gives you that breakdown so that you can, be more accountable to your business in terms of what has been sold. And this sales report was built based on feedback from a lot of the, restaurant partners that are here today to ensure that we're showing you the best information and the most accurate information. You can also filter this, report by the clerk who made those sales. Then, of course, we have like a tax report. I hope everybody here pays their taxes. Our platform will allow you, keep a record of the taxes you've collected for every transaction that has been made on your platform. And you can, export that information and show to the government in terms of what tax you're supposed to be paying, at any point in time. And this taxes and charges are also very flexible. Flexible in the sense that you can create as many as you want on our platform. If there's a special charge that you charge your customers when they ask for delivery, it's something that you can create here and have it, work for you. Modifiers report is a new report that we just set up, especially for restaurants who use a lot of modifiers in their order. Mostly restaurants that have like build your own, your own plates kind of menu, where you have multiple modifiers. And at some later day we can go deeper into what you can achieve in modifiers. But this is a report for anything sold through modifiers. But above it all, we have an end of day report. So if you are signed up on our platform, we actually send you a report every morning of how your business did the previous day, right? It is sent without fail at 6 a.m. every morning, so you understand how your business is doing. Beyond that, you can also customize the report you want to see. Apart from what we've sent to you, you can actually determine, the date you want to create that custom report for, You can determine which particular location, if you have multiple locations, and what you want to see in the summary in that report, right? So this is good for when you want to do like a end of month look at how your business have done, right? You can generate that kind of report here. When you generate an end of day report, it is sent to you as a mail in a PDF form so that you can print it out, and do whatever it is you like to do with it. We also have discount reports. So discount reports is for vendors who do give a lot of discount, to their customers, especially if you are doing some sort of promotion, right? You can look at the report to find out how much you've actually given out in terms of discount, right? So you can see a total, also export this report into CSV or Excel for further manipulations. So that is all you can do. That's some of the things you can do with our dashboard report. Of course, this report is still being worked on. As most of the people who are already signed up with us know, we keep updating the platform like every 2 weeks. There's a new feature, there's something new for our vendors to use. So, inventory management system. We have an inventory and recipe management system that allows you to take control of your business, understand what you're spending money on, understand what your margins are for each plate of food you serve. And we show you that report on this dashboard where you can select a particular location, find out the value of inventory you have at that location, understand how much variance exists, how much you're losing to, when you do a stock count and there's a variance in the numbers, how much is that costing you as a business? And I'll show you how you do that stock count soon. But this dashboard gives you reports on all of that. So if you count today, maybe you're supposed to have a certain number and it's less, you can know how much you're losing out from that. Then of course we have the stock report. If you have stock, some of them might be expiring. We also keep a record of that for you. To know what items are expiring and what you need to replace. Then, of course, we have the inventory stock level report, which shows you your current stock level, opening quantity, what you added during the time period you're checking for, and also what should be left in your store, right? So it's a way to check daily for your inventory, right? Let's say you start the day with 10 bottles of water. At the end of the day, how much is left, and what is the value of stock you have, in your inventory. That's what you can get with, the inventory, stock report. So it takes into account, even if you added some new quantities during the day. Then we have a profit and loss statement. If you are using our inventory management system properly, and you have set up like recipes to your menu, and we'll show you what that looks like, you'll be able to know how much money you make daily in terms of margins on what you have sold. For every plate of food you sell, we know what it costs, and we show you the margins you made on that menu item. You get all that information in the inventory report. And this is the shrinkage log that one of our partners asked about. So reports on shrinkages. Even if you have an inventory of 10 bottles of water, maybe one, got spoiled, and you want to do like, a shrinkage. That's what the inventory shrinkage report is for. So that at every single point in time, you know where every single item in your store, where it is, right? If you're supposed to have 5 and you only see 4, you should know where the extra one, where it went to, right? So that your books are always balanced. These are all the things you can do, on an inventory management system. And the price is not changing, still 5,000 naira. So for businesses in Africa, there is a certain way that we manage our stores. So most times, I know most partners here would have like a main store and release some items to the kitchen every day. Is there anybody that runs their business that way? Are you still here with me? Hello, can I get some feedback? Thank you. Yeah, so our systems allows you recreate that same behavior on the back end. So you can create as many inventory stores as you want, set them up, determine if they are tied to any of the menu items you're selling, or if it's just a standalone inventory store, right? And you can tie them to more than one, location. Right? And for an inventory store, you can determine if you want that store to control your menu. For example, if a particular item is missing in the inventory that is tied to a particular menu item, when it's finished, do you want it to be disabled in the front end so that nobody can buy that same item again? Those are some of the stuff you can set up, on our platform. Then, of course, measurements. You can create any type of measurements you want, right? But we're taking that a step further, and we are creating measurement definitions that will allow you to tie different measurements together. For example, you'll be able to define if, a pack of water equals 12 bottles of water. It makes it easier to manage your inventory. That is something we are working on. That should be live soon. Then, of course, we have categories that will allow you, keep your inventory in check. We know there are some vendors who have up to 200 items in their inventory. Categories allow you break them down into smaller chunks so that it's easier to manage. And of course, brands, because we know that most brands are not the same. A different brand of rice can give you different portions. So we allow you to track the different brands you have, that you have in your store, so that you understand which brand you're buying and how it differs from each other. So that's what you can do with brands. And adding inventory stock to the platform is really straightforward. At the moment, the way you add it is by just clicking on the add button, add new item button, filling out exactly the inventory item you want to track, and saving. Of course, you give it the categories, you give it the how that particular inventory item is to be measured, and you define what low stock means, right? Ultimately, this particular feature, we're going to allow you also upload an Excel file that has all your inventory items so that you don't have to, do it one by one every time. Then, of course, you can, edit an inventory item. Either you want to change the measurement or the name or the category as required. So the inventory stores is where you now add those items. After you have defined what you want to track, with the inventory stores, you can actually add individual items. And our system is built in such a way that we account for changes in prices for, our calculations. So every new item you add to our platform, every new inventory item, you put down the cost of it, and we keep it as a batch, so that when you come back tomorrow and add another batch, and the price is different, we are still keeping, instead with that, so that every time we are calculating what your margins are for every menu item you sell, that margin is always accurate. And we use a queuing system, first in, first out queuing system. So you sell what you've added at the price that you bought it. Once that has finished and you move to the next batch, we are going to start using the new price for that batch. That way, you're not losing any money to inflation. And if you need to make adjustments to your pricing, you can do that easily, right? And we have a concept called sub-recipes, or basically production, especially for items where you produce them in bulk, right? So I know a lot of restaurants will wake up in the morning and maybe create 200 portions of jollof rice, and they sell it over the day, right? For those kind of things, you can actually, we call it production, and you can actually put out a formula so that every time you are producing that particular item, we are deducting the right stuff from your inventory. So right now, you put in how you want to measure that particular sub-recipe or production item. You put in what the yield quantity is, and you add the ingredients that you use for that production. So I'm guessing for jollof rice, maybe tomato, rice, bay leaf, whatever it is you use that you want to track, you add it as a formula in the sub-recipe. Yeah, and once you have a sub-recipe, you can now reuse that particular item or production item over and over again every time you're making a production. But of course, this initial setup is done once, though it might be tedious, but it's the best way to keep a track of what you're spending, right? We help out with that too. Our onboarding team will hold your hands through that entire process of setting up your inventory item, your inventory, right? So when you want to prepare a sub-recipe, maybe you wake up in the morning and you're now creating a new batch of, whatever the sub-recipe is, which is chicken wings. The formula is already there. If you have items that should be there but are no longer in your inventory, you'll be alerted to say that this particular item that forms part of this production is not available. Let's say you don't have enough, rice or chicken. It will alert you to know, so that you don't create something out of what you have. And you can create as many sub-recipes as you want. You can create as many formulas as you want. And every month you do the production. Now, one of the things that is most important in inventory management is to be able to compare what should be to what actually is, right? So maybe you sold some items during the day, you have 10, you sold 5, you expect that you'll find 5 in your store, right? But most times that's not what happens. Maybe you go there and you only see 4. So you can do a daily stock count depending on the business, either daily or weekly stock count, to put in what is exactly in your store, so that we can calculate what is called the variance number for you. And that variance will show you how much money you are losing to your stock item not being completed, right? It's just an alert to let you know that you need to check in with your store manager or inventory manager to ensure that you're not losing too much money. Like the UAC person said, that's one of the most important things about running a business. You have to put you have to understand your numbers every single time. So that's how you do a stock count. And then if there's an inventory shrinkage, let's say, yes, you've done your inventory count, something is missing, the person who is in charge has explained what it is, so that your numbers are still accurate, you do what is called an inventory shrinkage, right? Basically telling the system to reduce that item by a certain number, so that the calculations are still accurate, because you know that item is no longer available in the store. So that's what a shrinkage is. And once you do a shrinkage, we keep a log of it. So first, it's not anybody that can do a shrinkage. It has to be done by somebody who has been given access by the business owner to do it. And when it's done, we reduce your inventory count by that shrinkage. And whoever is doing the shrinkage has to put a reason, so that if you want to check later, you will know exactly why that item was reduced. And that's the inventory log report. So you see all the reason and the date that the shrinkage was done. Now, a big part of inventory, especially if you want to understand the margins you're making on each menu item you sell, is tying a recipe to a menu item, right? Recipe management. For every menu item you sell, you should let the system know which ingredients in your inventory or which inventory items are being used every time you sell. This way, the system automatically reduce your inventory every time you sell that item, right? And there's no rule to what is an ingredient. You can decide to put, if the menu item is rice and chicken, you can decide to put rice and chicken as the menu, the recipe for it. So there's no hard and fast rule about it. Also for modifiers, if you have modifiers that you use in your menu, you can also set up recipes for them. Especially, items that are used across multiple menu items. Same way you create a recipe for the menu item, you can create for the modifiers too. And of course, a recipe can be an ingredient or a production item, like a sub-recipe. So if you are somebody that uses more than one inventory store, and when we say inventory store today, it can be a room, it can be a freezer, it can be a fridge. Basically, it is where you are keeping an item, right? And most times, you would have to transfer from one inventory store to another. So for example, you can be transferring an item or some item from your main store to the kitchen for them to cook, right? So that's an inventory transfer. Our system allows you keep a record of all those kind of transfers so that somebody is always accountable for every item you have in your inventory store. And to create an inventory transfer, you basically select the items you want to transfer from the inventory store to another, just like this. You select the inventory store you're transferring from. Maybe it's your freezer, and you're transferring it to the kitchen. It will show you the items in that particular store you're transferring from. You can select what you want to transfer, add the quantities you want to transfer, and start the process that way. And once the transfer is done, whoever is in charge of the store, whoever is receiving that transfer, will get an alert, and that person can decide to accept that transfer or not accept it. But basically, once a transfer is accepted, we keep a log, because the person is basically saying, I have received those items, and I'm responsible for those items. So we keep a log of every single thing that happened during that transfer, including if some items were missing during the way and you had to do like a shrinkage, or even if the person receiving it says, I didn't get it, and declines it. So we keep a record of every single thing, right? Also, somebody from one particular inventory store can actually request for items too. Right? Instead of somebody initiating, somebody can actually request and say, oh, I need these items from the main store. Right? And whoever needs to transfer sees it and prepares those items to be transferred. What we have done is digitize that entire process so that there's always like a digital record of movements of inventory items from one place to the other every time. And for every action that is taken, the people who initiated and accepted the transfers, their names are tied to those transactions, always. And if you want physical documentation, you can also print the receipt for the transfer too, for physical documentation. But I mean, that in essence is what our inventory management system does today, right? Going forward, we are working on supplier management and also purchase order management, so that you can easily, from our platform, create a purchase order, send it to your vendors, and get those items delivered. You know, if the internet was working, I've shown you how that works. But purchase order management and supplier management is coming in the next 2 weeks. All right, so that is our inventory management system. If the internet was good, I would have shown you a lot more. But if you have any questions, please ask. Because we know the inventory management system is a tool that can actually help you take your business to the next level if it's used properly. Any questions? Okay. In the absence of questions, I guess we can continue with the program. Oh, I'm not sure I introduced myself before starting to talk. Kunle, I lead products at Order. So if you're having issues with the platform, with our platform, most times I'm the one that caused it. So. Yeah.
How would you recommend that
we pick up the merge, right? The winner.
Can somebody give him? Can somebody give him?
However, we're doing.
Can you speak up?
Okay, guys. Thank you so much.
Let me just ask this last question.
Oh, one question. Okay.
Yeah, just one last question.
Who?
It's not as if the web has more features, right? The Android POS was built for restaurants because we know there is issues with internet, so that you can still run your business even if the internet is down, right? And people who use the Android POS, like the app, are for walk-in customers, right? So a walk-in customer, you don't necessarily have to send them an SMS when they are ordering something, right? Right? But if it's a customer who called in, we advise that you use the web POS so that you can get all those, other SMS and messaging to the customer. Thanks.
Sorry? You have something to say?
All right.
Seeing as we're in Nigeria, the network sometimes with the adequate trenches is always anyhow. So sometimes we stick to the app because it doesn't really need internet connection.
Exactly.
So the features just need to be on the app, basically.
Okay, we are doing some work on how to make that web app also work offline. But it is something we're thinking of for next year. So it's on our roadmap, but it's not happening this year. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that's okay. One more question.
Hello.
Hello.
Please, when I was reading your terms and conditions, and part of the terms and conditions I saw that discouraged me was when they said the service can be cut. There were some that I had issues with, but this particular one I remember that the service can be cut off anytime without explanation for that. So I felt like I should have some assurances.
So most of that is just, yeah, let Guy answer that question.
So you're saying that the service can be cut off at any time without interruption. When did you sign up? Last year? Last month? Okay. All right. Well, let me review that because that doesn't make sense, to be honest with you, right? So we'll review that and we'll talk to you. We have a legal team, right? So as I'm sure you know, lawyers are there to make sure that you can't sue me, I can't sue you, right? I don't want to get sued. So we'll have to talk to the lawyers and see how we can rephrase that better, all right? But I understand your concern.
Any other questions? Okay, no questions. Oh, okay.
We'll have one more question.
Okay, thank you. I'm very interested in the inventory management. I use the app for the ordering, but I haven't come on board with the inventory. Would you send the team? Because it's a lot. Like all of those things, it's a lot. But it's very good. Like it's going down to tracking every item, which is essentially what we need. Right now, we're doing it manually, and it would be good to be digitalized. I don't know. Can you send? Would you?
Yeah, definitely. We'll send it to him.
Okay.
I'm sure somebody in the onboarding team will actually speak to you today before you leave to set that up. So we know the inventory system can be a bit tedious for the initial setup. That is why we have a team that will hold your hand through that process. So they will reach out to you.
All right, I think that's it. Please put your hands together for Kunle.
All right, thank you.
We can't take all the questions now. I see that there are a lot of other hands, but please make sure you can always reach out to them. You can always send an email. You can reach out to the team, anybody working at Orda. Anyone you just see wearing Orda t-shirts, just meet them and they'll connect you to the right place. All right? Desola, what were you saying? Visit the store. Yes, so there's a stall right here. You guys can visit. If you have more questions, please reach out and they will be able to help you with that. So we are quickly coming to the end of today's program. Before we go into dance, Guy, what was it? I want to dance. What?
One thing. Actually, can I use your mic? It's a lot nicer than mine. All right, here we go. It's booming, my voice. Guys, I just want to say we have a full customer service team, right? One of the things that happened when we decided to build this company, we didn't want to, build tech and give it to you and just disappear, right? We have a full customer service team. They're here. I'm sure many of them know our names. It's led by, I think Afua is over here. Choma, am I saying that right? Chioma. All right, okay. And then the rest of our team, Ife is there. We have a full customer service team, and go and see them at any time.
All right. So we're going to go straight quickly into selecting the winner of the 1 million naira from the business pitches we got today. I hope they are all still here in the room. All of them are here, right? Right? I can only see 2. 1, 2. Okay. And in addition to 1 million naira, they get to have to be mentees of Father Boy, right? Right? And then what else? I also think they get 3 more. Wait. Sorry. A stand. Stall, a free stall at Ofada Festival. I locked it down for you guys. Guy, I locked that down for you.
Can we get him here to say that?
He did say it. How many of you heard it?
Okay.
I said, please, we had a pitch session today. We would like for you to, work with the winner. And he was like, oh, yeah. Okay, so what else again? I think there's a session, Desola. We also got something with the delivery company or something. Yes, right. My brain is on this. Shapley, right? So what is it? So free subscription for 6 months with Shapley. One business. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment has arrived. The hour has come for us to select or announce and celebrate the winner of the first Orda.africa business pitch.
Who selected the winners?
The judges now. Were you not here when we said the judges? And when they did the thing, they gave us the name. So I'm the only one who knows. Guy doesn't even know who the winner is. Whew, it was rigorous. It was emotional. Some of the judges cried. Why are you guys laughing? Like, do you think I'm joking? I'm not joking. I was serious. I cried. We tore some shirts. But at the end of the day, we selected one. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me celebrate the first winner of Orda.africa business pitch, Zuki's Kitchen! Congratulations! Congratulations. Please put your hands together for her as she makes her way to the stage. Wow. You didn't... it's like you didn't expect it. You came to pitch, but you did not expect to win.
I wasn't even looking at my slide.
I know. I remember you weren't looking at the slide. I had to tell you, oh, Guy, you... Congratulations. I see you're very emotional. We just want you to know that Orda.africa cares. And, and the truth is, if Orda.africa had the money, they would give ₦1 million to every business here. But, you in particular have won this because you deserve it and because they want to see you grow. So, congratulations again.
To be the best, number one and nothing less. Lead me to my destiny. I have waited patiently. I have vision, though I believe. I know I can count on me. So stand up for the champions, for the champions. Stand up, stand up, stand up for the champions.
Congratulations. All right. Hey. So many people are happy for you. Stand up. Woo! Thank you so much. Thank you, please. Hey. Sorry?
Don't sleep.
Okay. So she's collecting her money today, Abby. Huh? Hey. So Mark, you are the one that is going to transfer it. Oh, you are becoming. Go and meet him. That light-skinned guy. All right. DJ. All right. Thank you. All right. So we have 2 minutes before we get into dance and partying. There's enough food, drinks, and music to get us going till 7:38, right? I don't know, I think. But I will be here till maybe they chase us out. But Guy has a closing remark, and it's been a pleasure hosting this program. And I hope that I come in again next year at the next Orda.africa Festival for a week.
For a week. All right. Guys, give it up for Aka. Come on now. Come on. He was. Come on now. You have to do. Come on. Louder than that. Louder than that. Come on. Yeah. All right. Guys, thank you so much. Just want to thank a couple of people. There are two people who, had this crazy idea, and basically I did very little, and they did a lot. So give it up for Desola and Choma. Where are you? Over there. Guys, come on, louder than that. They did all of this, all the food, the catering, everything. They did everything. So I also want to give special thanks, as always, to my OG co-founders. Without this, Orda wouldn't be alive. So Fikayo, where are you? All right. Then over there, we got Kunle over there. Kunle, where are you at? I can't see Kunle. Okay, we can't find him. And Mark. All right. And then also coming in from all the way from the U.S. and Ghana, we've got Afua. Afua, where are you at? All right. So we are, and then the rest of the Orda team from the sales team. Come on, many of you guys know. All right. The onboarding team. The finance team. All right. All right, and then HR. Let's not forget HR. All right. Thank you guys for coming. It really warms my heart to see so many restaurants showing up for this event. And it is a long journey. The food sector is not easy. And we just want to be here and help you grow every step of the way. I have no closing remarks. Everyone's done their pitch. We've marketed to you. Now eat, dance, drink, and go home. All right? Bye.
I don't hide like this. I don't drink anything I see. I never prayed for this. I never knew it could end like this. Girl, if you're done with me, oh baby, Biko, just set me free. Cause I don't place like this. For your love, I did lose my senses. Fat boy like me. Don't call me cheap, girl, I work for this. Girl, I work for this. And I promise you I will find someone new. Make you no pour me water. Make you no pour me. Put down for breast and sweat. Fat do you bad? Fat do you bad? No, don't pour me water. Put down for breast and sweat. Fat do you bad? Fat do you bad? Don't pour me water. You know when I call, you no pick. When I text, you go read and delete. I know be good thunder. I know you sabi everything you do think.
Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially your bite and move. The way you roll that thing, me wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I, oh la la la, what if I do? Listen to me quick, so me girlfriend says she wants me back home by 2. What will I do? So me tell her say my car broke down, not my too. Girl, I won't be home so soon. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. Two planets, you're not from the same world. Girl, I am famous. Swear down, I'm a playboy too. And if you bust up my brain too much, I swear it's break up. Can't seem to take my eyes off of you, especially a bite and move. The way you roll that thing, you wanna roll that thing. Baby, let me take a look. Oh Lord, me want all the girls in the whole world. I know what I'm doing is so wrong, but since no man can focus, we definitely don't give a fuck. She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do? She said she know me got a girlfriend, and so what? What if I do? She said she know me got a woman on me bed. What if I do?
Sabi girl no dey too like talk. Animals dey in human form. Ordinary nobody like talk, but you must hustle if you want job. You no finish, they won't fight us. If them they run, them no fit catch up. I know they form say I too righteous. No con they form say you too like us. You no get the time for the hate and the bad energy. Got my mind on my money. Make you dance like broccoli. Steady green like broccoli. Steady on my grind, oh yeah, what they want telling me. Could deny my fantasy. They want to check if my tapping go wrong. But it they rush well, it be much. Now gotta make my tap in the rush. The kind money we touch, yeah. It they rush well, it be much. No be hype, everybody they crush. There's no dawning with us. You fool me jackpata, I dey go Ghana. You never thought you dey come back fast. Which kind money we never see before? Cause hello me, got me feeling I'm the one. Ajay, can never take my cake away. Ajay, you can't count my grace. I just day my lane. You know get it right, buddy. I'm feeling vibes on vibes. I'm a ticking dynamite. I blow your candle lights. You know I'm just that type. No, them not fit kill my vibe. Them not fit kill my vibe. Them not fit kill. Them not fit kill.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Another banger, baby, calm down, calm down. Yo, this your body, it puts in my heart for lockdown, oh lockdown. Yo, you sweet life, phantom, phantom. If I tell you say I love you, you know they for me, young girl, oh young girl. No, tell me no, oh, 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 oh. Baby, gon' give me your lo, 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 oh, 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 oh. You got me like whoa, 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 no. Baby, gon' give me your lo, 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 whoa, whoa, whoa. Only you the person for me, oh. I know nobody matter more. Nobody matter. Hey. Nobody matter. It be like I don't win a lotto. I know if you cool it down, oh. Cool it down. Baby girl, I'm risky, risky, on holiday, holiday to Mozambique. Follow me go to Mozambique. Baby girl, are you on your way? She make her bring a helicopter. Oh, na shake it up like I do overdo. But we go trouble that time. Keep your babies a cool out. Trouble that mega bad. Make that fight, what's Lord? Trouble that time. Keep your babies a cool out. Trouble that mega bad. Make that fight. Baby girl, oh, you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Baby girl, oh, you look at me. And I want to look at you. Keep it tight in a wine. Keep it tight in a wine. Fly boy. Hey, oh, yeah, point and take. Put it all on. My old baby. Put that for rotate. Chill it back good. Tap it low on me. My old baby. Tap it low. Baby girl, let me whiskey away. Oh shit, whiskey away. On holiday. Oh shit, holiday to Mozambique. Oh shit, let me go to Mozambique. Oh shit, baby girl, are you on your way? Oh shit, she make her bring a helicopter. Oh shit, oh na. Oh shit, you know be like I do overdo. Oh shit, but we don't trouble that time. Keep them in the corner. Trouble them and I'm not. Make that fight, what's the Lord? Trouble that time. Keep them in the corner. Trouble them and I'm not.
Alala de mi ashake. Nakasumbala jano de waste time, oh na. Me I won't fire bazooka, oh na. Mr. Money no de waste time. Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Say baby don't find no day to shine, unaka. Show why me. Mr. Money no de waste time. Mr. Money want to ease your mind. Hello. You carry back a lot of filo. I'm a jack up on no go de go slow. Let go pay what them kilo. Kumatingas, she nasa in your falapa. Agata from Osapa, Funi Bulala, Nishelo Japa. Omo Ajabota, no be me gapa. I don't like nonsense, we are go butter. I don't like nonsense, we are go butter. Nishelo Japa, Omo Ajabota, no be me gapa. I don't like nonsense, we are go butter. I don't like nonsense, we are go butter. Sunga la ja sunga la ja sunga ulu sunga la ja sunga ulu sunga
Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now. Mr. Money with the vibe right now.
Tell me what you see when you look at me. Sungbala Jaco Machubadi. My problem is I too sabi. But money for the pool party. I got out, ya dark bata. So you dey wine me, you know see Uba, ya bakada. Shop baka, you go shop baka.
To flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. To flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo, oh die woo, yeah, oh die woo. My body calling, and your body beating. Loving you, they make me forget, say I get problem. By the end of the night, enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to flex my love, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. I'm a man, I want to impress, and I want to carry my love away to a place she loves. Your bestie, Danny bro, eh. You don't want to find my trouble. Enter bathroom, fresh up. She me you come through when your heart break. She heartbreak. Now me the bite in there for your mind then. Enter bathroom, fresh up. I want to
electricity, vibes on a frequency, yeah. Till infinity, steady on a different beat. Life is not that deep. It's all about the energy, yeah. na mentality. Now you making my body. Nobody go sign. And you know everything I do is nobody else concerned. Aye, sure you go come online. And I see darkness all around me, but I know I'm the light. Shake it, shake it, baby, shake it. I feel your vibration. My girl on motion. Beautiful temptation. Bad girl on rotation. Shake it, shake it, baby, shake it. Electricity, vibes on the frequency.